Hello, YouTube. Oops. My camera's not totally lined up, is it? Let's fix that. There we go. Oh, my monitor is showing as well. That's no good. Alright, there we go. Sorry, off to a little bit of a wonky start, but that's okay. I should also announce this in the Discord, because this is not when I normally stream. I don't know if you're still here, but hello, Captain. All right, here we go. Hey, the thumbnail updated. It kept displaying wrong. But it finally updated.
Nice.
Alright. So, if you're watching this as the live thing, welcome. Eventually I want to cut this into a VOD, add music, and make it into a little audio drama. And I might make this members only at that point when that starts, but for now, this will be up. So, this is going to be kind of the rough take. I've got Teodrin here.
Hello.
We did all 3 Flame Dragon Knights games together, so how could I finish the story without him? So basically what this is that Flame Dragon Knights never got a 4th entry. They were supposed to at some point. It seems like the devs kind of planned for that. But they never got their Shining Force 4 either. So, what they did instead was all those ideas went into a novel that's kind of a light novel. It's not very long. I say that now, but after we've read the whole thing, we'll see if we still feel that way. But yeah, it's a whole novel that is essentially their 4th and final entry. So we're going to go through that. But before that, we need probably a little bit of a refresher.
Probably.
So let me share my monitor here and make that look pretty for you all. It is not wanting to cooperate very well. But that's okay. So, Flame Dragon Knights 1. I've got, I made a little notepad here. So I'll read that to you all. Rhett leads us, we play as Rhett. I can kind of show you art here. This is all the guides we were using. I thought it had his animations on here, but maybe it does not. That must have been the other guide. Anyway, that's all right. This is Rhett. Let me slide that over. So Rhett leads us to retake his island home from the invading demons. We ultimately fought and defeated the Demon King. It was very Shining Force 1E, 1,000 years and all that. Our closest friends, we had Milan, which was his adopted sister. We had Clone, which was sort of his adopted father, who was his own father, the king's general, who adopted Rhett. We had Elliot, or Elio, and Barato that helped us out, and those were our closest friends. The main plotline we had that went unresolved was we had our knight, Wright, and our archer, our elven archer woman, Lena, got an after-credit scene of the two of them standing together that implied they were going on some sort of other adventure, a la Kazin and Sarah from Shining Force 2, and then that never came back around. We never saw them again, so I'm wondering if that's going to come back around.
I hope so.
A lot of these other characters are not that important. Some of them even are only in the the good end, which is not canon. But the only other thing that you guys need to remember is we had the Martial Saints, which were the red, blue, black, and wasn't there one more? Or is that Sonic?
Oh, he wasn't a martial saint.
Okay.
He was a saint, but there's red, blue, and black. I think we're the only ones we met.
Okay. Well, they end up, basically, they're like the ancient caretakers or whatever. And they ended up sealing away the Demon King and creating a new life in doing so, which was a baby named Thor, which I thought was a little bit weird at the time. Rhett ended up marrying his adopted sister Milan, and they became the king and queen. Flash forward to Flame Dragon Knights 2. We've got Thor, which is our main character. He was kind of a psychopath. He didn't want to be a hero, and really rejected the prince role.
I don't know if I would say he didn't want to be a hero. He didn't want to be a prince. He definitely didn't want to be part of nobility. But he did a number of things that I would consider, like, heroic, potentially.
Yeah. That's true. Milan and Rhett had a son as well, who is completely irrelevant. I forget his name, but he's mentioned like a single time. But the thing you need to know is that Thor and his rambunctious pal Ares, which, I mean, they were destined to be together, right? I know this says Saul, but it's translated as Thor. So, they are hanging out, just vibing in a field at one point, trying to escape responsibility. And they encounter Uni, who is a young woman who has depression, as it was translated, but we later figured out it was amnesia. And she's hanging out with her robot Gaia. And all she wants is to get home. But she's not quite sure where home is. She's just sure it's on the mainland. So, we set sail and go to the mainland. We pick up a lot of friends along the way. One of the most important being Celia. I'm trying to figure out which one she is. Is she Sophia on this list? Oh no, Shelia. There we go. Celia. We found another kingdom on the mainland that was in turmoil because their evil knight, or evil general Gray, had taken over their kingdom, imprisoned their royal family, except for Celia. And that was all... Oh, hang on. Chat's saying something. You're on early. I am. I had some stuff last night, so this is today. But anyway, Yeah, so we end up saving Shelia's family, and she joins us. Remember that detail. Basically, we go through this entire plot. It's really long and convoluted, but to make a long story short, we learn of a ancient golden city built by, I assume, the ancients, because this like Shining Force has ancients, and the golden city is like a flying attack fortress, and that's no good because it's being run by a bad guy who I can't remember the name of either. Is it here? Sky Demon.
Yeah, Sky Demon God or something.
Yes. Rodman is now translated as Dennis Rodman. That's really funny.
What?
Yeah, on the auto
it is. That's bizarre.
But anyway, we eventually the game ends with us defeating actual Dark Dragon, a 3-headed dragon that is mentioned nowhere in the plot. He just shows up. And then we defeat the Sky Demon. We get robots and stuff like Adam from Shining Force. We have dragons. All the races are really cool. But ultimately, we take the Golden City, and our heroine, Uni, decides that she must stay with it forever to make sure it does not fall into the wrong hands. The rest of us are teleported back to the ground, and we watch it disappear from existence. It just kind of blinks out of existence. And this makes Thor very sad because he is madly in love with Uni, and he decides to settle for Celia. And it is insane to me how clear he makes it he is settling, and she's totally cool with that. You got any details to add, Tiadrin?
I don't think so. I think you got most of the aspects.
All right. That brings us to the third and final game, Flame Dragon Plus. So, our hero is Landis, who is unrelated to the rest of the cast that we've had thus far. Landis is the son of a magical Valkyrie, although he doesn't know that for a very long time. Although it's interesting, we are privy to that from the beginning, or very close to it. We know she's special. But he is drawn into a conflict with a cult who is attempting to summon an evil bad guy to destroy the world. We make lots of friends. We end up bringing back Gaia, which was Uni's robot. Lancelot comes back, who is a returning character. I remember us being really confused by why him, because he was really not... I didn't mention him because he didn't matter.
Yeah, Lancelot and Sean, right?
Yes. Where is Sean? There she is. For some reason, it's translating her as Shane now.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sean and Lancelot really didn't matter, so that's why I didn't mention them. But anyway, Geo, here at the bottom, has like his 4 generals and stuff. We have to go through hell. We meet Wu-Tang Granny. It's all really crazy. But eventually we defeat Geo, who to me just kind of felt like not Odd-Eye. But he does summon the... I don't even remember what it's called. Like another evil god kind of thing. That also has like absorbed Landis's mom. And we defeat them and restore the kingdom back to the way it was supposed to be. Thor helps us out throughout our journey. And eventually at the end of that decides, you know what? I should be responsible. I should go be king. And that's pretty much where we leave his story. And I think Landis just went home. Maybe he went to have more adventures? I can't quite remember.
I'm trying to remember too. I think he did just kind of...
off into the ether.
I'm glancing at like the end of the game to see if I can find anything, but I forgot that the last chapter had like no dialogue. Here's the postscript. When
was this game made? 90s? The final one, let's see, just for reference, 1998 is when the final one was. So, anyway, to reiterate that, like I said, they never got their fourth game, although they did plan on it. There's a couple unresolved plot points throughout. And I think that any author, any creator of a world... We talked about, like, the gaming industry can be really tumultuous. You never know, you know, what plans are going to make it and what aren't. Because essentially games are always made by committee, at least most of the time. And sometimes the funding just isn't there, and things that you think will happen that are a surety just don't happen. So they never got to say goodbye. That brings us to this. So it says there's 10 chapters to this Gaiden novel. This is on Internet Archive. Because unfortunately it's not super published. I don't know that this ever got a print copy. I looked really hard, and I never did find one. But that doesn't mean it totally didn't. It's really hard to look stuff up in Chinese on the Chinese side of the internet. It definitely does not exist on the English side of the internet, I can tell you that. But yeah, so Tialdrin and I are going to read through this, and like I said at the beginning, eventually there'll be music. It'll be great. I'll in post like add music and stuff. I hope it's gonna be great. I hope that this will not be terrible. Were you gonna say something?
So while I was glancing through some of the other plots, something that I think is relevant to bring up, based on something we were talking about earlier, before we started stream, is at the start of FDK Plus, we saw this whole scene with Landis as a baby and his mother and all this stuff. I guess I'll just read verbatim this section from the FD Plus encyclopedia. And
sure.
In the peaceful era ruled by the righteous King Rhett and King Thor, the cautious gods gradually put aside their doubts about the fall of mankind and began to send their maids to convey their wish to the human world. These beautiful heavenly messengers wearing shining armor, generally called Valkyries. It's said that since the time of King Rhett, the Valkyries of Carden have been the most frequent Valkyries in the human world. Before the Golden City legend, one of the Valkyries, Marcy, fell into a trap set by the devil during a journey. She lost consciousness and fell outside a small village on the border of the Mara continent. She was rescued by a local youth, Bart. After the two of them got along for a while, a love affair between humans and gods that was not allowed was born between Marcy, the Valkyrie who always had a good impression of humans, and Bart, the simple man. In the end, Marcy, the Valkyrie, captured by love, decided to give up her identity messenger of heaven and choose to become an ordinary human, spend her life with Bart. Marcy's decision attracted the attention of the demons. Not long after Marcy gave birth to her son, the villagers, driven by the devil, took advantage of Bart's absence and burned Marcy at the stake for being a witch. Although Marcy asked for help from her other sisters before her execution, when they arrived at the execution ground, Marcy, who had lost her divine power, had been sent to her base in another world by a powerful spell. So that last couple sentences was the start of FD+.
Yes.
And Bart, it appears, is going to be relevant in the light novel. Okay. So I wanted to refresh on this because I was just going through the FD Plus stuff and realized I knew that name from somewhere.
Okay. I don't know if we knew the whole, like, she decided to give up being a Valkyrie bit until literally right now. That's really not mentioned in the game.
Yeah, I don't remember, like, whether we read this at the time.
I don't believe we did.
It's just, like, there in the postscript section.
Weird.
Yeah, it's odd. But I don't know if it, like, comes from the manual or something, most likely.
Probably, because this is from the time when manuals actually had, like, plot details.
Yeah, I just felt it was worth reading this because it seems like what we're going to read is somewhat connected to the start of FD+.
Yeah, very much so. And I mean, this is branded Flame Dragon Plus, so...
Yeah.
You about ready to get started?
I guess so.
Sweet. I'll say, too, at the start of this, I don't know that this will get many views. I don't know how long y'all want to hang out. I appreciate anybody that does, though. But this is like a niche thing of a niche thing. This is mostly just a for me thing.
It's to bring closure to the series.
It is. And, I think it's neat. I know Fire Emblem has some books. I know Shining Force has some books. We might get to those as well at some point. Probably Shining Force over Fire Emblem. I think Nintendo would be upset about that. But Sega, I don't know that they would care. But this is also a great place to put the disclaimer and say, if the devs or anybody related to Flame Dragon Knights, Yanlong Knights, however you want to localize it, if you guys ever want this taken down, just shoot me a DM and it'll be taken down. I don't anticipate that they are going to mind either, though, considering this is kind of a dead IP.
There should be our other announcements to them that if they would like to continue to the series, they should.
Yes, very much so. All right, without further ado, let's load up Chapter 1. I don't know how we're going to divvy up vocal rules, but we'll figure it out.
I don't know either.
The sound of thunder that pierced the sky made the people working on the Mara continent wake up, and they all looked at the sky together. What's going on? It thundered so suddenly.
Yes, it just felt so comfortable in the sun. Why did so many dark clouds come in just a short while?
You want to be this woman too?
Sure.
God must be angry.
The old woman sitting under the eaves trembled and pointed to the sky while muttering in a strange tone.
Not far from her, a girl, about 15 or 16 years old, with freckles on her face, dropped the barrel in her hand and ran. Grandma, did the thunder scare you? Let me help you into the house.
No, look.
The old woman looked at her young granddaughter as if she wanted to teach her something, then looked to the sky like something.
The lightning on the top of the mountain is not the usual golden yellow, but blood red.
The girl stared at the large, unusual dark clouds on the top of the mountain. The lightning jumping fiercely between the clouds, was as red as blood. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Ah, Grandma, what is this?
This is God being angry. It's God's anger.
So I guess that's like the prologue.
I guess.
You guys might notice, too, the text on screen might not match what we're saying all the time. We're going to editorialize a little bit because this is just auto-translated and,
Yeah, if we can figure out what it's supposed to mean and it's different than what it says, that's usually what we go with.
In the mountain forest, surrounded by deafening thunder and strange lightning, a young man was using skillful movements to quickly pick the few purple herbs on the ground, and then carefully put them in his arms, in a cloth bag. Oh, no, I have to find another bush, Bart thought to himself and continued to search carefully through the forest. The delicate and handsome figure has a resolute and focused expression, while paying attention and working hard to find his target. Oh, I found it! Under a strong lightning flash, Bart found a large number of purple herbs under a big tree. He felt uncontrollable joy in his heart, and he immediately ran towards the tree. Suddenly, a huge thunder and lightning, accompanied by bright fire, struck the big tree in front of him with astonishing force. Before Bart had time to react, the huge tree trunk was cut in half by the lightning and fell towards Bart, down. Not up. The way things usually fall.
Right.
He screamed something fierce, immediately put his hand to his head, and rolled 4 or 5 meters away with all his strength. It wasn't until he heard the loud noise of the tree trunk falling to the ground that Bart slowly raised his head. Ah, damn it. My medicinal herbs! Bart couldn't help but jump up. It turned out that after the huge thunder, the dry tree trunk not only ignited large and small flames, but also swallowed up the nearby grass. Bart quickly took off his coat and patted the flames in the grass, but after a while of fussing, It was still difficult to save the herbs, and Bart couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. What a coincidence. What that probably shouldn't be that. What do you think?
Probably something like how unfortunate, or like
Yeah.
something about his misfortune, I'm sure.
What a misfortune. He looked up at the sky helplessly and found that, after the thunder, the dark clouds above his head gradually dispersed, and the sun quietly peeked out from the clouds. Bart, who was about to give up, regained hope. He cheered up and continued to explore the depths of the forest. Alright, you want to narrate this one?
Do we do that here, or do we just want to switch off chapters?
I'd rather just switch off narration.
Okay. Like a miracle from the sky, Bart successfully found the herb he wanted again. Just as he was happily picking them one by one, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass behind him.
Who is there?
Bart shouted subconsciously, but he immediately thought that this mountain was so far away from the village that it was unlikely anyone else would be active here. It could be a bear or some other scary animal. While Bart was thinking this in his mind, he picked up the thick branch beside him so he could cope with any sudden situation, at any time. No movement. Bart finally couldn't help but approach carefully and slowly push aside the grass with the branch. Lying in the grass was a naked woman.
Mm-hmm.
Her long golden hair looked soft and dazzling under the sunlight. Her ivory body and skin shone with a holy and moving brilliance, and she had a beautiful face. There was a slightly painful and tired look on her face. Her rose-colored lips opened slightly, and she let out a small moan.
This is...
A trace of surprise flashed across Bart's eyes, and he threw away the branch in his hand. He stepped forward to check on the girl, who seemed to have fainted, and found that there was something on her legs as smooth as gelatin. It's not a usual comparison. There was a sharp cut, and blood was oozing out. Bart immediately took some of the purple herbs he picked earlier, crushed them in his hands, and carefully applied it to the girl's wound. He then took out the handkerchief in his arms and carefully bandaged the girl's wound.
All right, this will stop the bleeding for the time being. But leaving her here like this won't work. I should try to wake her up.
Bart helped the girl up and patted her cheek gently.
Hey, lady, are you okay?
The girl slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her blue eyes briefly conveyed a message of fatigue to Bart, and then she fell asleep again.
Alas, it seems I should take her home to rest first. Otherwise, a girl here will catch a cold if she's not attacked by wild beasts.
Bart picked up the girl, but his handsome face turned red, and he put her down again, because he found the beautiful naked body of the girl making him feel dizzy and his heart beat faster. Taking a deep breath, he tied the medicine bag in his arms to his waist, then took off his shirt and clumsily put it on for the girl.
Phew, it's just a bit cold.
Bart patted the remaining grass clippings on the coat that had just... He brushed off the remaining grass clippings on his coat, which had just put out the flames, put on the coat, and then carried the girl on his back. The girl's face was nestled on his shoulder, and a faint fragrance spread over him. Bart suppressed his inexplicably frantic heartbeat and walked quickly towards the village down the mountain.
So I guess this is just the story of Landis' parents meeting.
It seems like this is like a prequel to Plus, yeah. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Interesting. I wonder if the whole book is going to be that, because... I don't know. Like, did they go on a whole adventure before this?
I have no idea. We'll find out together. In a small wooden house not far outside the village, Bart placed the girl on the bed. He sat in front of the bed, arranging herbs in his hands, but his eyes kept lingering on the girl's soft face.
It's really similar, but how is this possible?
Bart sighed and muttered to himself. He stood up and closed the wooden window to block out the cold wind.
What does it look like?
The girl woke up at some point, sat up, and looked at Bart.
You're awake.
I feel like what does it look like is probably like a where am I? Or like what is this?
Probably.
Did you bring me here?
The girl's voice was very soft, making Bart feel an indescribable sense of comfort, but her beautiful aqua blue eyes had an incongruous look, an alert look.
Well, I happened to find you passed out in the woods when I was collecting medicine on the mountain, and I couldn't wake you up. So I had to take you back to my house to rest.
Seeing the distrust in the girl's eyes, Bart was a little nervous.
I originally wanted to ask you where you lived, but I really couldn't do anything.
Who said you did do anything?
I swear.
Bart felt that he had never been so nervous as he was now since he could remember. His cheeks were flushed with anxiety and he was at a loss. The girl suddenly laughed happily. Why are you so nervous? I mean, you healed my wounds. Bart then realized that he was embarrassed by being fooled by the girl.
Because she's, like, trying to make him more nervous.
I guess.
And she's
and he laughed
acting
sheepishly. What's your name?
Bart.
Thank you so much, Bart. The girl got out of bed and walked lightly to the door. But I have to leave.
Your injuries, they don't matter?
Although he said it was because of the injury. In fact, Bart really hoped that the girl could stay longer. It doesn't matter, because I am... The girl stopped mid-sentence and looked at Bart thoughtfully. Anyway, I can leave. You don't have to worry.
Then, could I see you again?
Bart reluctantly held on to a glimmer of hope. Well, it should be... okay, the girl replied as she walked toward the forest. Bart suddenly remembered that he didn't even know the girl's name, so he rushed forward a few steps and asked loudly,
Can you tell me your name?
The vague figure of the girl turned around, and the still soft but clear voice reached Bart's ears. Marcy.
All right. So that's the end of chapter 1.
Yeah. So it seems like this is our first meeting of Landis's parents.
I would agree. I think it's interesting they felt the need to put that in, I guess.
Yeah, it is very interesting.
Also, I'm giving a lot of grace because the auto-translate is obviously a piece of work. It's cool to me that we can do this at all. But, yeah, some of the details are a little bit oddly written.
Yeah.
Getting into a little bit of Stephen King style.
We've got, like, so much description of how she looked.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Chapter 2. I can't read these chapter titles. I don't know if you want to, or... the first chapter, I should have mentioned, the whole thing is called, I'm sorry, I think the first one I did translate on my own just to check, and it was Emblem of Wind, which is the name of Flame Dragon Plus. That's like the subtitle.
Gotcha. So the title of this chapter is Marcy's Choice, it seems. I'll double check what the first chapter is, just while I'm at it. If it opens.
It's probably just going to be Wind Emblem again.
Hey, you never know.
Unless I'm crazy.
Encounter is the first chapter.
I'm crazy, never mind.
I don't know what the first section is, because like these chapters seem to be in sections.
Yes.
Let me see what the first... So the first section is the union of God and man.
Oh,
so
okay.
It might be that these first 4 chapters are Bart and Marcy, and each of these sections might take place at a different time, honestly.
That would be a really interesting way to write a book.
So these might just be kind of like vignettes, almost. Like 3 to 4 chapter stories.
I suppose we'll find out.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll start this time. What are you thinking about, Sister Marcy? A sweet voice woke up Marcy, who was deep in thought. She raised her head and stared at the Valkyrie.
It's you, Scotty. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just wanted to ask what you were thinking about just now. You were so absorbed in your thoughts that you didn't even notice that I came to you. Scotty blinked her elf... What? If y'all wondered what it was like playing Flame Dragon Knights for you all and reading the auto-translate, now you know.
Yeah, this is why our dialogue was so weird, is because this is what we had to work with. We were usually trying to editorialize it to something that made sense.
Scotty blinked her large elf eyes and shouted as if she had discovered something. Wow, this is not human. Before she could finish her words, Marcy immediately covered her mouth with her hands.
Oh my god. Scotty, can I ask you to keep your voice down? If Sister Carinal hears it, you will have to get scolded by me again. Or by her again? Probably.
Scotty stuck out her tongue. Oh, I'm sorry. You know I've always been curious. Shaking the long braid on her head, Scotty lowered her voice and continued to ask, Can you please tell me about how the humans dress? Who was it?
You must promise not to tell Sister Scotty.
Yeah, I promise.
Including the gods.
Okay, I promise I won't tell if you tell me.
Let's see.
Yeah, this looks crazy.
Yeah, like if it's not auto-translated, it's in normal format. It's just really broken here.
Yes, didn't I say that I met a messenger who claimed to be the god of balance and ended up having a fight? Later, although I was able to escape regardless of the outcome, I also ran out of mana and fell into Osan.
And you met a human later.
Actually, I just needed to rest quietly for a while, but the young man obviously didn't know my identity and rushed me home in a hurry and applied medicine for me.
Then where did this dress come from?
I think it's dressed in the manner of just clothes because she's got his shirt.
Yeah.
So I think that's what is going on here.
Then where did these clothes come from?
Ah,
Marcy's cheeks suddenly turned red.
you know, if the magic power is exhausted, of course, it will also disappear. I think he was afraid that I would catch cold, so he let me put on his clothes.
If they run out of magic power, their armor disappears?
I guess, which seems highly inefficient.
It does. Very fan servicey, but it's
Very.
It's odd that it's fan service that we never see.
Right, because the games don't really do that. And most of the outfits of the games are pretty sane, so it didn't feel very fan servicey.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I guess like Plus had some that started to like verge a little more risque, but not badly.
No. So, I don't know. It feels a little bit out of place to just throw that in the novel, but
Yeah.
alright. Then Marcy, he must not know if your identity is a Valkyrie. Oh, the Valkyrie came to Marcy's side at some point. This Valkyrie seemed to have a completely different temperament from Marcy and Scotty. Her neat short hair and elegant silhouette exuded an aura of calmness and wisdom.
Ah, Sister Avrola, did you hear everything?
Marcy looked at Avrola, her heart filled with uneasiness.
Let's see, I think this is Evrola. Which of us is Evrola?
You can be Avrola.
Okay.
You must not want him to know your identity, so you left wearing his clothes. You didn't call for the golden armor in front of him because you wanted him to think that you are also a human being.
Avrola sighed softly.
Marcy, I know you have always wanted to have friends. I have no objection to this, but human hearts are always evil and capricious. You can't ignore this. But I want to protect him. He's not that kind of person. I can tell from his eyes. His name is Bart, right?
Marcy's face turned red again.
Sister, how could you know that? You know? Marcy, I don't hate humans like Caranot, and I won't stop you from making friends with humans.
Avrola turned and left slowly.
Remember to discipline your feelings, and don't forget the rules of the gods. I understand.
Marcy lowered her head, aggrieved, her heart full of contradictions.
This is Scotty.
Sister, cheer up. In fact, I also want to be friends with humans, but I haven't had the opportunity or courage like you. Scotty touched Bart's clothes. Sister, it's better to look at yourself. It's decided. I don't really know what that means.
Not sure. I take over the second half again.
Sure.
Okay. After Evrola left, Marcy thought about it for a long time and decided to see Bart again. Or to see Bart once more, probably.
I like that.
This time, she first put on a human girl's outfit and then went to Bart's cabin, but there was no sign of Bart. Just when Marcy was about to look for him again on Mount Ost, she saw a sketch hanging in the house, which attracted her attention. When she took a closer look, she couldn't help being surprised.
This isn't it me?
On the yellowed paper, there was a bust of a girl with long hair. Although the painting style is extremely simple, from the facial features and expression of the girl in the painting, you can tell at a glance that it's Marcy. What surprised her was that she was dressed as a warrior god in the painting.
What is going on?
Marcy's emotions suddenly became complicated and intertwined. Could it be... Did Bart already know her identity?
Ah, it's you, Miss Marcy. I finally do get to see you again.
Bart. Although he was carrying a large and small... Although he was carrying a large medicine bag, he could not hide his joy. He was still a little embarrassed when he saw Marcy staring at the portrait in a daze.
You must think that the person in the painting looks very similar to you.
Bart unloaded the medicine bag.
To be honest with you, the person in the painting was on the top of another mountain called the Yadag Mountains. It's a goddess I met by chance.
A goddess you met?
Marcy immediately searched her memory, but she had no memory of meeting Bart.
Alas. Actually, it can't be regarded as an encounter. It can only be regarded as my good luck. When I looked up, I couldn't help but stare at the sight of 4 goddesses wearing golden armor as they appeared in the sky. Those 4 goddesses, the beauty and sanctity, fascinated me for a long time, especially...
Bart felt a little shy and couldn't help but lower his voice.
Especially that goddess who has the same long golden hair and looks similar to you. It's hard for me to forget.
After a moment of silence, Bart sighed softly.
But the older generation in the village told me that those 4 were the Valkyries, and I could only have a heart of respect. Any other thoughts were blasphemous. Therefore, I could only turn my memory into this portrait, and say a few words to it.
It looks very similar to me.
Marcy looked at the portrait and said thoughtfully,
What would you decide if this Valkyrie is willing to accept your infatuation?
That's impossible. The gods are always aloof. How could they be willing to deal with us, tiny humans?
Bart stroked the portrait and said helplessly,
But I don't want to hide it from you. She does... Oh, the quotation marks end, but yeah.
Yeah, it's weird.
Only, she doesn't seem so far away to me. In fact, I don't have any extravagance. As long as I can see her again, I'll feel that my life is worth it.
Marcy was deeply moved by Bart's words. She had not expected there would be someone of the human race who would be so infatuated with her after just seeing her once. It was this kind young man in front of her who she also had a crush on. She had an inexplicable change in her heart.
What if you have to pay the price with your life if you see her again?
If that was the case, I wouldn't regret it.
Suddenly, Marcy's body emitted a golden light which made Bart unable to open his eyes until the light dissipated. The delicate and lovely Marcy, who was wearing human clothes just now, instantly transformed into a goddess wearing golden armor and an angel helmet with a solemn and majestic expression.
Marcy, you? Are you really that Valkyrie?
Bart couldn't believe his eyes. The girl he longed for so much, who was also the sacrosanct Valkyrie, turned out like this to appear in front of him.
Yes.
A feeling like an electric current stirred in the eyes of Marcy and Bart as they looked at each other. Bart couldn't feel Marcy's thoughts for a while. He could only try to look like... He could only try to look at the goddess he had long admired. After it was firmly imprinted on his mind, he closed his eyes willingly.
My wish has been fulfilled. Now my life is yours, Valkyrie.
Marcy stretched out her hand and gently touched Bart's face. What?
Just reading ahead.
Fool, is this the only thing you wish for?
I believe this is all safe for work, but I am going to just double check.
Yeah, feel free.
Okay, yeah, it looks okay.
Okay. Bart still closed his mouth tightly. He closed his eyes and replied dully.
Yes, I have never had any blasphemous thoughts towards the goddess.
Sorry, Okay.
What if I become your wife?
Bart opened his eyes in disbelief, although he thought Marcy was teasing him, but he saw a sincere vow in Marcy's eyes.
I really could have that honor.
Don't think of it as an honor. Just treat me as an ordinary human being.
Marcy's face suddenly turned gloomy.
But there will be a price.
I said I'm not afraid of paying any price. But what is it?
But what is it?
I don't know.
If you combine with the gods, you will only have 15 years of life left.
Bard replied immediately without hesitation.
As long as I can be with you, 15 years is enough.
Marcy smiled with satisfaction. She felt that she had not been wrong about this person.
Then you...
Bard was still worried about Marcy's cost.
My price is smaller than yours.
Marcy's golden armor gradually disappeared.
I just have to give up my identity as a god and become an ordinary human being.
Bart was shocked.
No, you can't.
Marcy gently covered his mouth with her hand.
Like you, I have no regrets.
The golden armor finally completely disappeared, and Marcy's flawless body appeared in front of Bart. Marcy took Bart's hand and put it around her waist.
From now on, I am no longer the Valkyrie. I am Bart's wife, Marcy.
End of chapter 2.
Yeah.
I'm again like... I don't know. It's interesting that they felt the need to include all this. Like, if I could write anything for the series, this is just not what I would have... I don't know. I don't know if this is what I would have gone with.
Like I said, we'll see what the other sections are, because it seems like there's gonna be some breakups in what we're covering. This chapter, by the way, is called The Birth of Landis.
Ah. Okay, that makes sense. That's this orange heading here?
No. The orange heading, the yellow heading.
Oh, right.
Orange heading 1.
I forgot we did that orange heading.
Which was the union of God and man, or something like that.
All right. I'll take over narration. Do you want to be whoever this is starting?
Yeah. Looks like just some random children. Okay.
Brother Bart, do you have to leave?
The children looked at Bart with tears in their eyes, begging. Yes. Bart touched the children's heads. If there is a chance, we will meet again. In fact, Bart also felt very reluctant to leave the village where he grew up, but he remembered Marcy's confession.
This place is too close to the place where the gods live. The displeasure of the gods may prevent us from giving birth to our child smoothly. We can settle outside Wailing City in the Kingdom of Yaks and wait for the child to be born safely.
Although, since the day of his union with Marcy, he now had less than 15 years left in his life. But Bart felt satisfied, because in addition to being able to live with Marcy, he also had the continuation of his own life. I guess for now.
Well, I think that's talking about that he's having a child. Like,
oh, yeah.
Continuation of his lineage.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. Yeah, let's go with that. I like that. And although he was now far away from his hometown, the people in the villages and towns took great care of him and Marcy, and the village chief who took him in was also very kind. Bart worked as a doctor in exchange for food and clothing, and the villagers were very kind and trusted him. Days passed, and finally Marcy gave birth to Bart's child. Ah, look, Marcy, this child has a pair of beautiful eyes just like you. Bart held the baby in his arms, whirling with joy. Marcy also showed a satisfied smile after the pain. What should I call him? Bart looked at the child, who was as holy as an angel, and couldn't think of a suitable name.
Just call him Landis.
Marcy, who was lying on the bed, said this softly. Landis?
Well, the meaning of Landis is the crystallization of wisdom and courage.
I wonder if that's her saying the kanji of wisdom and the kanji of courage.
That could be.
Landis. Landis, huh? What a suitable name for this child. My baby, from today on, your name will be Landis. Marcy looked at her happy husband and lovely children. She should feel happy, but for some reason there was an extremely uneasy and ominous consciousness fluctuating in her heart.
Bart, I've been having bad premonitions recently.
Marcy looked at Landis and said to Bart worriedly, "What's wrong?"
I have felt it always, but there seems to be a powerful evil force approaching us, and now I have lost the goddess's power and can't feel the exact situation. I just feel...
Just sleep. I don't know if that's me or you.
Yeah, I think you're making sense.
Marcy's voice gradually became smaller.
I just feel like my days with you and Landis are numbered.
Bart was shocked. He stepped forward and hugged his wife, and Landis tightly. No, Marcy, don't think so wildly. Haven't we always had a good life? Moreover, I will definitely protect you and Landis with my life. On this day, Bart entered the house and saw a shocking sight. A strange flame appeared in the house, and Marcy, who looked serious, was about to put Landis into the flame. We see this at the start of FD+.
Yes.
Bart was shocked and rushed into the house immediately and snatched Landis from Marcy. Marcy, what's wrong with you? Why harm our children? Or our child? Facing Bart's questioning, Marcy just waved her hand quietly, and the flames on the ground went out.
Don't be nervous, dear. I just want to do a blessing ceremony for the child. This fire is the sacred flame of Vulcan and will not harm the child.
After Marcy calmly explained to Bart, she returned to her usual delicate and graceful appearance and smiled lightly at Bart. Is that true? I was shocked because I didn't know anything. Bart breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. The medicine that the village chief asked me to find for him today can't be found nearby. It's only sold in Whaling City. I must go to the city and buy it myself tomorrow.
Do you have to go in person?
Well, because it's a commission for the village chief, and the village chief always takes good care of us, I should go in person to make sure it gets done. Bart saw Landis sleeping, gently put him in his crib. When he was staring at Landis's lovely sleeping face, Marcy suddenly hugged him tenderly from behind. What's wrong, all of a sudden?
I love you, Bart.
Marcy whispered this behind him, although Bart felt his heart warm after hearing this. He always felt that Marcy had something else in her tone. Fool, I'll be back in just one day. What are you worried about? He turned around and saw Marcy's eyes like ripples on the surface of a clear lake. Ah, don't cry, don't cry. I don't know what to do when you cry. I swear I'll never go far away from home. Not this time. I'll stay at home with you and Landis, all right? Marcy didn't say anything, just pressed and hugged Bart tightly. I do feel like we moved on from this I'm going to put our baby in a fire thing.
Yeah, he got over it fast.
Yeah, he was definitely like really freaked out, and then it was just like, okay, sorry. Like,
yeah, I don't know anything.
And on one hand, I'm like, you are married to a literal goddess. I would expect there to be some weirdness. But yeah, on the other hand, it's like, I don't know. Even if I was married to a goddess, if I came home and it was like, I just wanted to baptize our baby with the fire, I would be like, okay. We've got goddess sickness or something, don't we? That was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it was very abrupt in the game, too. So, it's just a very odd sequence.
Do you want to translate the Chapter 4 title?
Yeah, it is The Catastrophe of Separation.
Oh, I wonder what's going to happen in this. I wonder if we're going to live happily ever after.
It definitely sounds that way to me. I guess I'll start this one off since you read the whole last one.
All right. Okay, it's time for me to go. I will definitely be back as soon as possible. You and Landis stay at home and don't wander around, all right? Especially you, Marcy. Don't do anything strange to the child. I know it's a ceremony, but if the villagers accidentally see that, you don't know what kind of trouble that'll cause.
Okay, Don't worry, your son is Juan.
I assume that means okay, or it's a.
It might be a reference to something.
It might be a Chinese idiom again.
Because the way she then says,
The proud son protected by God. No one dares do anything to your son.
I wonder whether it's a reference to somebody.
Oh yeah, probably.
Marcy hugged Landis and stood at the door with a smile.
Okay, honey, then I'm leaving.
Seeing that Marcy no longer looked as depressed as last night, Bart finally felt a little relieved, but after taking a few steps, he felt strangely reluctant to leave, and kept looking back. Marcy looked so pure and beautiful in the morning light, and her smile was so sweet and moving, like an intoxicating painting. It was so beautiful that Bart felt a little dazed. So beautiful. It's so beautiful that it seems like it could lose its beauty at any time. Looking at Bart's leaving figure, Marcy's expression darkened.
I think I get what that meant. If you were confused on that one,
Yeah.
it's just like it's too good to be true.
Okay.
Like it's so beautiful. It's like you just have that pit in your stomach that you're like, this can't last.
Gotcha. I mean, we know how this ends, so we know it can't, but
Goodbye, my dearest Bart.
Marcy sighed quietly until Bart's figure disappeared from sight. Looking at Landis in her arms, Marcy said softly to Landis,
My child, I'm sorry. Your mother may not be able to take care of you anymore. In order to let you grow up safely, I can only ask the gods and my sisters to help you to grow up safely and take care of you.
Marcy closed her eyes and recited the spell silently, and a ball of flame immediately appeared in the center of the house. Marcy gently placed Landis in the flames. Not only did little Landis not cry, but he laughed happily. So this fire is not part of her like Valkyrie powers she gave up to become an ordinary human?
I'm assuming.
Question mark?
I'm assuming it is.
It's just really strange to me. She's like, I gave up my powers, but can still make like magic fireballs.
She gave up the powers of being a Valkyrie, but there are just mages in the world.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, magic is not necessarily tied to godliness in this.
It's just that they're the special flames of Vulcan or whatever that carry a blessing.
Vulcanon.
Yeah. Marcy closed her eyes and concentrated.
I would like to use my divine power, which I gave up, but I would like to use my divine power to protect my son and give my son the eyes of the eagle and the power of the lion of the earth. The gods of the underworld will avoid his presence, and the wild beasts and poisonous snakes will avoid him when they hear the sound. Gods, look down. Listen with your mercy. Your son, the god of war, swears by the god of light to grant you a miracle. May my son be your sword forever.
As Marcy recited the incantation, flames emerged. A flash of light fell on little Landis. Marcy showed a satisfied smile.
My lovely son, the god of fire has heard my request and agreed to protect you.
During the sacred blessing ceremony, someone hiding outside the window was originally peeping at Marcy. Beautiful rogue villager named Dolly was scared to death. He hurriedly climbed down from the windowsill and stumbled towards the village chief's house. You want to take him?
Sure. Things are not going well. Things are going bad.
Dolly said, out of breath with his eyes widened.
What's going on? Why are you in such a panic? Seems like you saw a monster.
An old man with sharp eyes and the look of a village chief asked Dolly with a majestic tone. Okay, well, it wasn't very majestic, but...
Yes. I saw Bart's wife throw the child into the fire, and I don't know what spell she recited. Not only was the child not burned in the fire, he was still crawling and laughing.
What? There's no such thing. Is there? No wonder when Bart came to our village and begged us to take in the couple, they turned out to be evil people who were practicing paganism. Don't worry, just look at me. I know how to deal with them. But before taking action, for the sake of caution, we will still have to ask our gods.
The village chief walked to a strange stone statue in the house. There were two strange statues?
I'm guessing.
My great and noble god, the truth of everything in the world cannot escape your sharp eyes. Please tell me, is Bart's wife who settled in our village actually the incarnation of an evil demon?
After a while, the flames next to the altar suddenly grew larger and larger, and the statue began to vibrate violently, making a sound that seemed to come from distant underground.
Catch her. That
Okay, go off. The village chief was shocked and took a few steps back.
Go! Gather the villagers quickly! We must deal with the monsters in the village immediately!
Marcy sat peacefully in the room, looking at Landis.
My child, I'm sorry. Your mother can no longer accompany you and take care of you. You must listen to your father obediently, you know?
The door was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of villagers armed with sticks swarmed in and pushed Marcy away. She was surrounded by people.
Sure enough, what is supposed to come has come. After all, there are still too few humans we can truly trust.
She stood up slowly.
I will go with you, but please don't hurt my child.
Now, I get that it's like, the dumb villagers, they know not what they do. But I'm like, they see a woman putting her baby into fire. I don't think this is a shocking response, honestly.
Yeah.
It makes sense that they're not like, maybe she's just a literal goddess and this is all fine. Part of an actual good thing, like, the logical leaps it would take to get to that are much greater than...
I mean, I remember us being baffled during the intro of the game.
Yeah.
Like, when we were seeing this scene, and just be like, what is going on? Why is she lighting the baby on fire?
Do you want to keep narrating, or...?
Yeah, I can. There's another break later on we can switch off.
Okay.
At this moment, the Valkyrie Scotty, who was in the heavens, hurriedly came to Avora and Karanal.
Oh, that was me. Sisters,
yeah, that was you.
The god of fire just told me he sensed Sister Marcy's prayer for her child.
Do you want to take Karanal as well? Because I have the two others.
Sure. Oh no, with Marcy's personality, for her to seek protection for her child, she must have sensed that she was in danger. With her current condition of losing her martial god abilities, she must have no power to resist.
The leader, Valkyrie Karanal, finished speaking eagerly, and flew in her direction immediately. Avor and Scotty also followed her without hesitation. Marcy was finally tied to the pyre by the ignorant and angry villagers. She did not defend herself with a single word, but looked worriedly at the wailing little Landis who was held in the hands of the villagers. The village chief held a torch in his hand and ruthlessly threw the torch onto the pyre as if looking at some terrifying monster. The flame certainly burst into flames, and Marcy felt a burning pain at her feet.
Bart, I can't spend this time with you. You sacrificed... I can't spend I can't spend the short time you sacrificed for with you.
Thinking of Bart, who was passionately devoted to her, Marcy finally couldn't help but let a drop of sadness slip from the corner of her eyes. Tears. At the same moment, Bart, who was on the road, suddenly felt a cramp in his chest, and he couldn't help but worry about Marcy.
No, I've got to go home and have a look.
Just when the flames were about to engulf Marcy, a huge black hole suddenly appeared behind Marcy. Marcy was quickly sucked into the black hole and then disappeared. I don't know where Akane came from.
I don't know. It seems to be translating it weirdly.
Because everything happened so suddenly, all the villagers were stunned when they saw this scene. Just when some villagers walked to the pyre in disbelief to find out what was going on, a bolt of red lightning fell, forcing the approaching villagers back. 3 Valkyries in full military uniform appeared on the pyre with a dazzling light. The flames were extinguished one by one. Karanal waved her giant sword angrily.
Who is blaspheming? How dare you tie our sister to a wooden pillar and burn it? Fortunately, we arrived immediately. Where is our sister? Hand her over quickly. Otherwise...
The village chief was so scared.
I don't know her identity, but it's true that she escaped.
Nonsense. I don't sense that my sister was nearby. You've clearly hidden her.
The village chief became even more frightened after hearing this.
No. A dark figure sucked A dark figure sucked Marcy into the hole and she disappeared.
What was the name we were going with? Was it
Avrola.
Avora? Avrola?
Yeah.
Okay. Avrola saw the crying baby in the hands of the villagers nearby and sensed a little bit of Marcy's breath.
I think, like, metaphorically.
Yeah.
Is this my sister's son?
Scotty couldn't help but get excited when she heard Avrola's words.
Really? Let me see.
Scotty waved, and little Landis flew from the villager's hand to her. Little Landis seemed to feel the relationship between them, and his tears turned into laughter.
Wow, what a cute kid. Sister, look, it's Sister Marcy's child.
Karanot glanced at little Landis, but her anger remained.
My little sister is so confused that she actually gave birth to a child with a human.
Anyway, he still has half of the blood of God in his body. He deserves God's blessing. This is his right.
Avrola calmly explained.
Okay, I don't know why I didn't translate that one at all.
Yeah. I think the next line is probably Karanot again.
I'm ignoring you. My little sister disappeared for no reason. This matter needs to be investigated as soon as possible. Let's not waste time here and just leave the child behind. Let's leave quickly.
Scotty hugged the child, again reluctantly.
Oh, be a good kid. We'll go and find your mother first. Goodbye.
After saying that, she kissed the child again, and a circle of light appeared around him. Karanot thought about Marcy being lynched by the ungrateful villagers, and her anger welled up in her heart.
You ignorant people in the lower world cannot distinguish between true gods and false gods. We don't blame you, but you've listened to slander and tried to harm us and other gods. It really is a heinous crime. Today you will see the power of divine punishment.
I'm not sure where the three of you is, but the three Valkyrie disappeared into the sky. But dark clouds immediately gathered, and lightning fell all over from the sky, hitting the villages and towns mercilessly. Probably hitting the villagers and buildings mercilessly. Yeah. The villagers howled and ran away. There were wooden houses that were hit by lightning and caught fire everywhere, as if it was the end of the world, all wrapped in chaos. In this chaotic situation of fire and thunder, only little Landis was surrounded by a circle of light and floated in the air safely. It was not until the thunder stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and everyone ran away that he slowly fell to the woodpile. We'll trade off here.
What on earth? What happened? Bart, who hurried home, couldn't believe that in just one morning, the villagers and the town had completely changed beyond his recognition. He dropped his luggage and frantically searched for his wife and son among the ruins. Marcy! Landis! Marcy! Marcy! Bart screamed in pain while searching frantically. Marcy! Where are you, Marcy? Bart felt his heart aching and his heart broken, but no matter how much he searched, he still couldn't find any trace of Marcy. Just as he was about to fall into the agony of complete despair, a baby's cry reached his ears. Ah, Landis! It's Landis's cry! He hurriedly followed the sound and finally found Landis among the pyre, surrounded by a circle of light. Great! Landis, you're okay! That's great! Bart was ecstatically holding the baby in his arms. This halo, I assume it's the ring of light.
Yeah.
The gods must have saved you, but then, where is your mother? Where are you, Marcy? Can I see you again? Bart looked at the sky in pain, feeling like his heart was being torn apart. The world is so big. Where should I go to find my beloved wife? After a long time, Bart finally said to Landis in his arms, as if he had made up his mind, Let's go, Landis. Let's wait for Mother to come back together. Time passed quickly. In the renovated wooden house, Bart tried his best to raise and teach Landis while patiently waiting for Marcy. He always believed that one day Marcy would appear in the sunshine at the door, just like the day she disappeared. But 14 years passed quickly, and he knew that he had no time to wait anymore. On this day, when Landis got up, he found that his father, who was always up earlier than him, was still lying in bed. He hurried over. I think you were Landis, right?
No, I'm pretty sure you were Landis.
Okay.
I think Thor's the only protagonist I've voiced during our playthroughs.
Okay. He hurried over and said, "Father, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Bart, on the bed, just smiled and looked at Landis, who had the same blue eyes as Marcy. "What's wrong, Father? Is there something wrong with you?" "No, I was just thinking. Time flies by really fast." The sunshine outside the house fell gently, filled with the peace and tranquility of the morning. Only the lightness of the wind and leaves danced together, interweaving bursts of natural movement. Bart looked out the window and took a deep breath. "Child, do you remember your mother's appearance?" "Of course I do, even though it's just a portrait." Landis couldn't help showing a trace of regret. "Don't worry, child. One day you will definitely meet your mother again. Then take good care of her for me. That's my only wish." "Of course." "Huh? Father, why do you say that?" Landis suddenly realized that his father's tone was wrong, and he quickly squeezed his father's hand in panic. "What's wrong with you? Please cheer up." "Silly boy, you're already able to stand on your own. What do you have to be afraid of?" Bart patted Landis on the shoulder. "Don't forget, you are the son of a god. You have the protection of the gods, but don't insult your mother's reputation as Valkyrie, otherwise I'll not forgive you." "Yes, Father, I'll definitely remember it." "Well, that's my good boy." Suddenly, strong wind blew the wooden door open. "Ah, Marcy, it's you. Finally. I've been waiting for you." "Marcy." Bart suddenly spoke in an excited tone. Landis quickly looked to the door and saw a few leaves blown into the door by the wind, but there was not a single figure there. Just when Landis was feeling strange, he found that his father's hand was slowly slipping away. No, Father. Please cheer up, Father." Landis suddenly realized what was happening, but no matter how he screamed, Bart, with a satisfied smile on his face, never answered a word again. Young Landis finally couldn't help holding his father and crying bitterly. While Landis was crying, the three Valkyries stood not far outside the wooden house and watched everything. "Avora, you have too many things going on," Caranaut said coldly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me.
Alas, Caranaut, can't you still see his kindness and sincerity? Although Marcy gave up her status as a god because of him, he was willing to exchange his precious life. Don't you think that his is courage and loyalty so rare?
Avrola sighed sadly.
Marcy's whereabouts have been unknown since 14 years ago. Who do you think is the person who suffers the most? We only stayed together, but he had to spend the remaining 14 years with great loneliness and pain.
"This is the punishment he deserves." Caranaut's tone was still cold. "That should be enough punishment." Oh wait, that's you, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to check if I could see a name.
Isn't that enough punishment? Is 14 years of loyalty not enough to earn a realization of a hope? What's more, it's just a phantom before death. Caranaut, what kind of resentment and disgust made you? Have you lost the mercy that you should give as a god? As for Landis, he must wait until he realizes his destiny. Otherwise, even if he has the blood of a god, he is still just a mediocre human being.
That is the end of part 1.
Yeah, evidently.
So yeah, that's pretty interesting. It's odd that we got like a retelling of the prologue of Flame Dragon Plus, but also that expanded it a little bit because we didn't know the Valkyries were there watching that.
You know, honestly, I'm looking at the next section. I'm wondering if this entire thing is just a retelling of Plus as a novel.
That would be insane.
Because the next chapter is talking about the meeting with Thor.
That would be very strange.
I think this might just be a novelization of FD Plus.
How weird.
Entirely. Yeah.
So does it go left or does it go right?
Right is the next one. It's got the character for 2.
I mean, hey, I'm game. If that's what it is,
yeah.
That's what it is.
It's just interesting.
That does confuse me even more.
Does it?
Yeah.
Like why it exists?
Yes. Like, what? Why? Obviously, for the VOD version, the edited one, I will definitely have to amend the beginning of this, huh?
Yeah.
Because this is definitely not what I thought it was. But
Yeah, definitely not.
I don't like, if it was like a Shining thing, I might be a little embarrassed, but there is nothing about this.
Yeah.
I should have said at the beginning, the only reason I know this exists and have this is because of Player Lynn, who has kind of been our contact for this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I messaged him a couple days ago letting him know we were doing this and said, is there anything you want to tell us about the novel? And he never got back to me, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah. All I have is what he has shown me, and that's this, so. You said it goes right?
Yeah.
All right.
So chapter 2 is titled The Beginning of Destiny.
Oh.
And the part is titled Meeting of Two Heroes.
Okay.
Guess I'll do reading for a bit.
Wow.
Except this is you.
Wow, the weather is really nice today.
Landis pushed open the wooden door and walked out of the house, stretching hard.
It's been raining for a few days, and my muscles and bones are almost rusting at home. I've got to go out for a walk. Maybe we'll have some adventures.
With this in mind, Landis immediately tidied up his hands and feet. Just as he was about to go out, he caught a glimpse of the dagger given to him by his father.
I should take it with me. You never know when you might encounter some wild beast coming out to look for food.
Landis, who was full of energy, walked deep into the forest while waving the dagger in his hands. Although he said it was for self-defense, in fact, the young and energetic Landis hoped to find some small excitement to enrich his stable but dull life.
Huh? That's?
A clump of familiar purple herbs caught Landis' attention. He stepped forward to take a closer look.
Isn't this the herb that his father said helped him meet my mother and heal her?
Landis recalled the happy look on his father's face. He decided to pick the herbs and bring them to his father's grave.
I give this to you, Father. I hope it makes you happy.
Landis thought as he carefully picked it out and put it in his arms. At this moment, there was a rustling sound not far behind.
Hey, maybe I'll be like Father, who met a beautiful girl who fell from the sky.
Landis thought, half-jokingly, as he walked towards the path where the sound came from.
I cannot believe the fact that you start the game with a medical herb. They felt the need to explain that.
I don't know, man.
I was definitely not thinking, like, there must be some story behind that. Why do I have that?
Yeah.
But, like, okay, I respect it.
A middle-aged warrior holding a sword stumbled towards Landis. Although his body was covered with scars and his expression looked exhausted, his eyes were full of perseverance and determination, exuding the nobility and courage of a king. When the warrior walked in front of Landis with his sword, he couldn't help but fall down.
Hey, what's wrong with you? Oh, he seems to have been poisoned and passed out.
Landis took out the herbs in his arms.
Although he is a man, he can't just die without saving. Hey, wake up.
He had his heart so set on finding a beautiful woman. Although he's a man. Landis patted the warrior's cheek hard, and the warrior slowly opened his eyes.
Hey, I have some herbs here that can temporarily heal your wounds and refresh your mind. Come on, wake up.
Landis followed his father's instructions and crushed the medicinal herbs in his hands.
Eat this, and it'll make you feel better. And then take the rest home with you. Go home and cure your poison.
I think he's saying, I'll take you home.
Oh,
and cure the poison. Because I'll take it with you right now. I think he's saying, I'll take you to my home.
I'll take you to my home. We'll go and cure your poison.
The warrior took the medicine in Landis' hand and pointed at him. What did you say? Looking... I guess he's looking the direction that he pointed or something?
I think it could be looking around.
Looking around, a group of masked samurai appeared at the other end of the path.
Boy, this guy's the one we want. Give him to us quickly.
It seemed that the leading warrior shouted to Landis in a domineering voice. Landis stood up and stood in front of the middle-aged warrior.
No, this man has been poisoned. If he doesn't get treatment, he will die.
Ha 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 ha! All the barbarian warriors laughed mockingly.
Don't you see? This guy's a good conscience. Okay, we'll kill you all together to prevent you from leaking the news.
You want me to die? Oh wait, that's you.
You want me to die? I'm afraid it's not time yet.
The injured middle-aged samurai tried his best. He stood up, picked up the sword beside him, and made a gesture to attack the enemy.
Hey, no, you've been poisoned. It's only temporary healing. If you move around, the poison will accelerate.
Landis was startling and could not help but warn him immediately.
Young man, what's your name?
Me? My name is Landis.
Landis. Very good. This means the combination of wisdom and courage. I believe the person who named you also had the same high hopes I have for you.
The middle-aged warrior stared straight ahead at the approaching enemy like an eagle.
You know the warriors could not be afraid of death. I remember that when I was your age, I didn't survive any big storms.
I think it's like, I remember when I was your age, I did survive big storms.
It's like, what does this little injury mean? Clearly, your enemy's right in front of you.
That's still you.
This is not dialogue. I was trying to parse what this was. Landis couldn't help but be impressed by the courage of this middle-aged warrior, but he had grown up in the mountains. Apart from subduing a few wild animals, he had never had such a thrilling, large-scale battle experience. Landis was momentarily at a loss.
Ha ha! Thor, your death has come. This coward can't save you. Take your stance.
Or something.
Yeah.
The enemy's arrogant shouts awakened the hesitant Landis. He saw that the middle-aged warrior was surrounded by the enemy, even though he was seriously injured, but he still held his sword and resisted bravely. And suddenly, Landis suddenly felt the blood in his body boiling. He drew his short sword and rushed towards the enemy and stabbed one of the barbarian warriors in the back hard without warning.
Well, that's not very nice.
Blood immediately spurted out like spring water, and the stabbed enemy turned around to look at the young man who had been laughing at just now. He turned out to be the guy who sneaked up on him. With a shrill scream, he raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed at Landis. Landis quickly ducked, nimbly dodging the enemy's fierce counterattack, then quickly rushed in front of the enemy and slashed hard at the enemy's throat. The enemy wailed, then dropped the giant sword, covered his bleeding neck with both hands, and fell down with a thud. This lightning-fast performance made all the enemies dumbfounded, and even Thor couldn't help but be stunned.
Come on, who just said that I'm a coward?
As soon as he finished speaking, Landis immediately took advantage of the enemy's stunned moment to give the nearest enemy another fatal blow. The leader of the barbaric warriors seemed to have suddenly woken up and shouted,
Kill this brat! Kill him quickly!
Just after he finished shouting, the barbaric warrior who gave the order felt a sharp pain in his chest. He lowered his head and saw Thor's sword stuck in his chest, and Thor's voice came to his ears.
You've underestimated the enemy and been distracted. You've committed taboo in battle. You must die!
When he pulled out the sword forcefully, the barbarian warrior's body also fell in the opposite direction. The group of warriors who suddenly lost their leader immediately became disorganized and at a loss. While Thor was very surprised and admired Landis' sudden burst of sudden burst of calm and sharp momentum and quick and vigorous reaction. With the tacit cooperation of Thor and Landis, the groups of enemies were finally wiped out. Landis, who was covered in blood, finally saw the murderous look in his eyes calm down.
Do you see? This is the spirit of a warrior. As long as you want to do it, there's nothing you can't do. No. Listen.
After saying this, Thor, who could not resist the attack of the poison, finally lost his strength. He was exhausted and fell unconscious again.
Oh, no, he pushed himself too hard. I'll have to take him home quickly to detox him.
Putting the dagger back on his waist, Landis used the last of his strength to help Thor up.
Wow, really? What? Oh, it's true after all. The physiques of warriors are different. People in their 30s are still so strong. Haha.
Landis thought of use while carrying Thor. Your luck is much better than mine. People in their 30s are still so strong.
All right, Grandpa, let's get home.
At this moment, the guards and maids in Latia Palace... Was that what we called it? I'm trying to remember.
I believe so.
Okay, I know it was translated like 6 different ways throughout the game, so... we're in disarray. You were Ares, so I'll be the guard.
I think is this the guard?
Yeah, this is the guard speaking. That's why I was like, I think you were Ares, that's why I'll
Okay.
be the guard. Minister Ares, my subordinates should be damned. There's no trace of the king anywhere in the palace. A guard, sweating profusely, reported in panic. The king may have left the palace for 2 or 3 days. Do you want to send someone out of the palace to chase him? Ares, who had entered middle age, still has not lost the heroic spirit of the past, but has gained a maturity and wisdom that he did not have when he was young. However, Thor's sudden departure really made him feel at a loss. He sighed worriedly.
Oh, that's the only way. When can I not... What? I don't understand what he's saying.
Probably, like, what else can I do in this troubled time? Because he said that's the only way.
That's true. I like that. What else can I do in these troubled times?
Let's trade off here. I think this is like the halfway point.
He had a similar voice to Bart.
Yeah, he had quite the southern twang when you voiced him originally.
I think the laughing is you, but...
Yeah, I think you're right.
Thinking that the people in the palace must be as anxious as ants, Thor, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help laughing.
The people in the palace must be in uproar now.
It's really strange that a good king doesn't do anything but wander around. Landis bandaged the wound on his hand while looking at the incomprehensible king in front of him. In the end, not only was someone plotting against you, but you almost lost your life. How can you still smile so? You're such a weirdo.
Oh, you know, after a person has a reputation status, everything becomes different. It's different. All the rules and regulations have made life chaotic. Although I'm the king of Ladia in my heart, I'd rather go back to sleeping in the open all day long like when I was young. Life of adventure is so much better. Maybe when you grow up you'll understand what I'm saying. Don't I seem so happy after becoming a king?
I think that's still you.
Oh, I think it's still him.
Well, let's not talk about it for now.
Thor put away his smile and looked at Landis seriously.
Landis, since your father's passed away, in my opinion, there's no way that you should guard this empty house for the rest of your life. I think you have excellent martial arts qualifications. You're calm and not afraid when facing the enemy. You really are the material to be a warrior. If you spend your whole life buried in the mountains and decaying with the grass and trees, it'll be a waste of your talent. Why not leave here with me, and I'll pass on my life experience to you and let you become a real samurai. How about that?
Real samurai? Landis suddenly felt that the tone seemed familiar. He looked at Thor lying on the bed and seemed to see his father's figure. He recalled the scene before his father's death in his mind. Don't forget, you are the son of a god. Don't insult your mother. The reputation of the Valkyries. Landis didn't answer, thinking he was... What? Thinking about Thor, he was hesitant, and continued to think of... What? Thinking, Thor...
Yeah, maybe Thor sees that he's
Yeah.
hesitant and continues to think of ways to convince him.
Thinking he was still hesitant, Thor continued to think of ways to convince him.
Besides, you said your father once told you that you and your mother were separated due to an accident when you were a child. If your mother was still alive, wouldn't you want to meet your only relative in the world?
Yes, Mother. She doesn't seem to exist to me anymore, but I know she still does. This is both an... It's so jumbled.
Yeah, I think this might be Landis's thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, or like this is what he's pondering.
She's both a noble Valkyrie and my mother, and my father's beloved wife. What kind of thoughts made her willing to give up her identity as a god and marry my father, an ordinary human being? What kind of catastrophe made her have to leave behind a newborn child, and the one who loved her so deeply? She's yet to be heard from. There are many questions hidden in Landis's heart, and it is true that he must find his mother to get the answer. I think it just switched to a narrator after.
Yeah, it's formatted really confusingly. I'm not entirely sure how that was supposed to be interpreted.
I think so.
No, it looks like it is entirely dialogue. Almost entirely. If I flip back to the Chinese, it's like almost entirely dialogue.
I have no idea. Also,
I'm not sure.
hi, Nick. We're reading through the Flame Dragon Knights novel, which apparently is a novelization of Flame Dragon Knights Plus, the third game, maybe? I don't know.
It appears to be so far.
Why don't you take this opportunity to go out and search? Maybe you can find some clues and reunite with your mother, right? Landis. Landis.
Ah, yes. My father kept chanting my mother's name before he died. I really shouldn't forget. I do want to find my mother. Landis finally came back. I assume that's finally snapped back to the present.
Yeah.
I've decided. I'll leave here with you. Thor happily patted Landis on the shoulder.
Very good. You're decisive, just like a warrior. Landis, you're already a warrior.
Thor's every move made Landis happy. He couldn't help but think of his father, whom he'd depended on since childhood. Landis stood up and walked outside the house.
What are you doing right now? Landis.
Nothing, I just want to say goodbye to my father. Landis came to the hillside, not far from the wooden house, and and took out some of the herbs, then dug a small hole and buried it in the hole. Dear father, I've finally decided to go and look for my mother. Although I've put my mother's portrait with you, I now find that I should bring... Oh, I guess he buried the portrait. I now find that I should bring my mother back to see you, even if you can't see her anymore. But I swear I definitely will find her, and I will bring her home to be with you. Landis, who had been dazed for a while, finally walked back to the cabin. He found that Thor had stood up and held his sword in his hand.
Landis, I'm afraid we won't be able to stay here for the night. Someone's been lurking around. It must be the enemy who came to investigate. We better leave here right away.
I have no problem with that, but your injury...
This little injury's nothing. As long as the poison's been cured, I, Thor, can't be troubled. To be on the safe side, just take the herbs your father left with you. Your father deserves to be a doctor. I think everything will be fine. It's almost time.
Well, in that case, let's get out of here quickly. If we don't rest, I won't have the strength to fight again. The two hurriedly arrived deep in the forest under the moonlight.
Okay, let's take a rest. If they can still find us find us while we're here, then I'll accept it.
Thor said with self-mockery, while he started to find some branches to light a campfire. Wow, although you're a king, you know a lot.
It's nothing. I used to do when I was young, for my own safety.
Finding a relatively flat piece of grass, Thor lay down.
Go to rest early, Landis.
Implying just subtly that Thor was an arsonist as a child.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. You remember Thor.
Yeah, he was kind of crazy. I totally believe in this amazing and well thought out translation. I mean, we're getting through it, but you can see I've got on screen everything, so you can see what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Because it definitely is something. There we go. Yes. Although Landis lay down, that would be fire. I see what you did there. Yes. Although Landis lay down, he was still unable to fall asleep due to his complicated thoughts. Suddenly, a faint singing sound reached Landis's ears. Such a familiar feeling. Landis couldn't help but stand up and walk towards the source of the singing. Arriving at the clearing outside the forest, Landis found a soft light in front of his eyes, and floating in, the light was a girl with long braids.
This is Scotty, so
Okay.
it's you.
Child, long time no see. You? Who are you? Have I seen you before? You probably don't remember. Alas, after so many years, you're finally going to look for your mother? Yes. How did you know? Oh, silly boy, have you forgotten? I'm a Valkyrie. Scotty looked at the boy who was in her arms 18 years ago. Scotty looked at the boy who was in her arms 18 years ago. Now, that Landis has grown into a handsome boy. He truly feels the importance of time to human beings. Ah, Landis then remembered that his father once said that his mother had 3 martial sisters.
I love we go from the 3 martial saints to the 3 martial sisters.
Yeah, that must mean something in Chinese that, we're not totally comprehending. I guess.
Maybe. I mean, maybe just having 3 warriors or something is a common trope
I don't know.
in Chinese. Just because, like, we've had 2 trios now, kind of. I don't know.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that ties back to Romance of the Three Kingdoms and the story of Liu Bei.
Maybe.
Because there's 3 there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So, you must know the whereabouts of my mother. I'm sorry, we don't know the whereabouts of your mother. Landis, who was originally overjoyed, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. He was disappointed. He lowered his head. Don't be sad. Although we don't know where your mother is, I can see that the thread of fate between you and your mother is still connected together. As long as you don't give up hope, this thread of destiny will guide you, and you will find her again. Really? Yes, child. Your mother Marcy is our sister, so you also have the blood of the gods, and are a member of the gods. The honor and pride of the gods will always be with you. A ball of light appeared on Scotty's hand. Landis, close your eyes. This is given to you by your guardian god, the god of fire, a gift. Come and listen to the sound. Let the wind of life awaken the soul sleeping in the body. Landis closed his eyes and felt that the bursts of singing made him feel familiar and warm. Scenes of familiar images slowly emerged in Landis's mind. He saw his mother holding him in her arms with a gentle smile. He saw the mother who put him in the fire and prayed for him heartily. Mother. He even saw his mother as she was tied to a pyre by the villagers, looking sad. Then he saw his father, who endured the pain of losing his wife and raising him single-handedly until his death. In a short period of time, Landis browsed through all his memories from birth to present, like an outsider. Just when Landis's thoughts were extremely complicated, Scotty waved her hand gently, and a bright light fell on Landis's head. Landis felt an indescribable feeling of relief all over his body, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. Okay, you now have the ability to cast fire magic, and my mission has been accomplished. Scotty gradually disappeared into the light. Goodbye, child. Looking at Scotty disappearing into the air, Landis couldn't believe it. It's incredible. Can I really cast fire magic? I've got to try it. Landis closed his eyes and silently recited the spell that came to his mind, and felt a burning sensation in his body. He immediately opened his eyes and found that his clothes were on fire. Wow, oh my god, it's hot! It's hot, it's so hot! Landis was startled, hurriedly patting and rolling around, making himself feel miserable. Finally, he put out the fire on his body. It seems I still have to practice this some more.
I remember that scene.
It's so strange.
It's such a weird scene. They wrote it just like exactly as it is in the game.
They did. I'm really curious, are we gonna get, like, how point for point can this be?
I don't know.
I've thought about doing, like, could you do, like, a novel adaptation of, like, Shining Force 1, for example? And
Oh, you 100% could.
You could, but I wondered if you would, like, cut some battles in places to, like, just kind of for narrative coherence and make it, like, streamline the plot a little more. So I'm really curious if they're going to do that, or if there's going to be just 30 battles across this, like...
So one thing I was curious about, and this seems to be true. It seems like the dialogue is almost 1-for-1 between the game and this. I'm like checking the dialogue of the next chapter with parts of like the novelization, and it looks like they've obviously added some stuff, but they have included like all of the dialogue from the game point for point.
Fascinating.
So my guess would be, because I'm seeing that here, that this is not going to skip anything. Now, granted, like the last battle was turned as like one paragraph, so that's probably what we're going to get for each of these fights. But
yes, true, it could be.
But I have no idea.
Do you want to? What is the title of
Devil's Cave?
Devil's,
of course, Cave. Where we met Julian.
Yes. Spoilers, Teodrin.
Oops, we already played the game on the channel. It should be a required watching for this this stream.
Maybe. I have no idea. I guess you don't have to play the game if you do this.
Yeah, I guess.
All right.
I'll read this whole chapter
Yeah,
aside from dialogue since it's short.
Oh, okay. Do we have to go in there?
Landis looked at the hotel sign and hesitated.
I don't know how to drink.
Oh, you stupid boy. No one asked you to drink. Thor was a little bit dumbfounded by Landis' honesty. We're here to rest. Look at how embarrassed you are. You should take a shower. Besides, it's easier to get information because there's so many people in and out of this hotel. A woman dressed in fashionable clothes came in front of them to say hello.
Ah, two handsome warriors. Please sit down wherever you like. Do you want a glass of wine? Maybe a glass of wine for the little brother? That's like a... I assume she's talking about Landis, because...
Yeah, I assume so.
They talk like that. In the East.
Mm-hmm.
No need. I just want to stay and have a rest.
Landis quickly refused.
Is that so? You're quite calm, unlike the little monk who came just now. He was so frightened that he ran away when I asked him.
The landlady narrowed her eyes and smiled happily.
What?
I think it's, a bedroom or something. But...
Hello, Sinister Design. Welcome. This is turning out to be a novelization of Flame Dragon Knights Plus, but it's been really fun so far.
I don't know how to drink is a really special statement. It makes me think, I don't know if you've seen Airplane. He's got a drinking problem.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
I don't know how to drink.
Let's go. I'll take you to the bedroom.
When he arrived at the bedroom, Landis just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw Thor walk in with a slightly worried look.
What's wrong? Is there something the matter?
Well, just now the landlady accidentally revealed that the young monk went to the Devil's Cave.
The Devil's Cave?
Well...
I think that's you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to parse this sentence. Well, yes, the Devil's Cave. What a wonderful place. There are many ferocious monsters inside, and this little monk is probably going to be killed.
In this case, we need to help him, quickly.
Yeah, the sooner the better. The two walked through the forest and arrived near the Devil's Cave. Sure enough, they saw a 15 or 16-year-old young monk entering the Devil's Cave. He's there. Go and stop him. Thor and Landis immediately rushed across the suspension bridge, and just as they entered the Devil's Cave, they heard the little monk's cry for help. Oh, I'm trying to remember what my Julian voice was. Well, was it? It was kind of this-ish, I think.
Yes, it was very posh.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come in to disturb you. Let me go. Help! Help! The little monk who was asking for help saw Thor and Landis standing at the entrance of the cave and shouted for help. Oh, great! Reinforcements are coming! Noble warriors, save me! May God bless you!
I think that's Landis.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Randy. That's the 4Kids version.
Unironically, yeah, they would have definitely named him Randy.
Oh, 100%.
What are you doing here? Don't you know it's dangerous in here?
Landis, seeing the large group of snakes, couldn't help but worry about the little monk's safety. I don't know. I'm just a monk who came out to practice. In order to save some money, rather than staying in a hotel, I wanted to find a cave to sleep in. I saw a cave here and came in. Who knew? Who knew? Don't touch me! Help! The little monk looked at the group of snake girls approaching him and almost cried. Seeing this scene, Thor couldn't help laughing.
Oh, brother Thor, stop gloating and help save him.
Landis pulled out the dagger he carried with him.
Also, I like that it's not Lamia. They literally translate it. Just literally translate it.
It's probably that the Chinese word is literally just like snake girl put end to end.
Yeah, that's actually true.
So that's probably why it's literally translating it. It probably is like lamia.
It's funnier though that it's just snake girls.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Gives a very different picture. Don't panic. Wait for me to come and save you.
Although the snake girls are not big in size, because the lower body is a snake, its movements are very flexible. Making a mistake, Landis was hit in the leg and fell next to the young monk. The wound immediately bled profusely. "Oh, warrior, don't worry," the little monk hurriedly chanted the spell and then put his hand on Landis's wound. After a flash of light, Landis felt a comfortable coldness in the wound. Looking down again, he saw that the wound had gradually healed and the bleeding had stopped. I don't know any attack spells. I only know a little healing and physical recovery spells.
That's enough.
Seeing that the wound was recovering, Landis immediately jumped up to fight back. With the clever cooperation of the three people, a large number of snake girls finally felt outmatched and fled into the depths of the cave. Thor immediately pulled the tired Landis and the frightened little monk out of the cave and hid in the forest. "Okay, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being." Thor sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you so much, noble warrior. My name is Julian. May God bless you," the little monk said, trembling.
Are you okay, Julian? Look at the frightened look on your face.
Looking at his look, Landis found it a bit funny.
Don't be nervous, Julian. You're actually pretty good at this. But don't look for such strange places to sleep in the future.
I don't dare to do it anymore.
Well, you're okay now. Yes.
Landis patted him on the shoulder like a brother.
Let's take you back to town.
Julian looked at Thor and Landis with some hesitation.
What's wrong? Is there a problem?
Uncle, seeing that you're so capable, may I have the honor to travel with you?
Julian was anxious when he saw Thor and Landis looking at each other and standing up. And stood up.
I just need to follow you because I am still practicing and have no fixed destination. I can help you replenish your physical strength during the battle. I don't have any strange habits. I don't store when I sleep, and I don't eat anything. Not much.
I think that's Thor, probably.
Probably.
Okay, don't be so impatient. The line from the game was like, "Alright, it's fine. Don't talk so much in my ear, just like my wife." The promise to take you with us. He was playing his ears to protest against this constant chatter.
Really, thank you, Uncle.
Also, please don't call me Thor. Or probably also, please call me Thor. You can also call me brother.
Great, Julian. My name.
No.
Great. Julian, my name is Landis, and we'll be partners from now on.
Yes, this is all God's arrangement.
Let's go get back to town before it gets dark. Thor happily put his arm on Landis' and Julian's shoulders. Let's have a good celebration tonight.
I did not think in the game that Julian was so much younger than they are.
I didn't think he was that young either. 15 or 16 seems really young.
Yeah, especially knowing what we know.
Yeah.
About
also,
Julian.
he's bald.
Oh yeah, he is. I think
that's a thing that comes up in the story.
I think when you change to the monk class, it just happens. Your hair just poofs out. It's gone.
Yeah.
Part 3 of Chapter 2.
Let me check what this chapter is called. This is The Seal of the Stone Giant. Oh, I remember this map.
Is this where
Do you remember this map?
Is this where we meet what's-his-face?
Yak?
Yes.
Or what did we end up calling him? Was Yak what we went with?
No,
Ark was what we called him.
Yeah, is that where we meet Ark?
Yeah, it's where we meet Ark, and there's all the respawning golems.
So I sent this game to Ty and helped him get it running, the Shining Force speedrunner, and I watched him try that battle so many times.
I don't think he's played since that first time.
No, I think this is where he dropped the game.
Yeah. Which is tragic, really.
It is. I was looking forward to seeing somebody else play through
He also was like refusing to bother with any of the dialogue, so he wasn't really following what was going on.
I can understand
Which
that.
I can understand it, but also this game kind of does tell you what you need to do.
It does.
In the dialogue, so skipping that makes it harder to play.
Oh, for sure. Back to me narrating.
Yeah, this is another short chapter, so I figure you can
All
take
right.
this full one.
Starts with you, though.
Oh, yep. Hey, two little brothers. It's time to stop sleeping.
Thor pulled on Landis.
Just now, I heard the boss of wife say there's a giant stone god nearby. Let's go take a look at the ruins.
Oh my goodness, you really are born to explore. Landis lay down on the bed again.
Yes, Uncle, you are really energetic. After celebrating all night, you didn't even sleep for long. How come you're more energetic than us?
After Julian said this, he laid back on the bed like Landis.
Hey, what kind of young people are you like this? Hey!
Seeing the two of them didn't answer, Thor deliberately raised his voice.
You're not going, are you? Others have to discover the treasure first. Or others will have to discover the treasure before you.
Treasure? The two of them jumped up at the same time and said in unison, "Let's go!"
Let's go! We tried.
With Discord delay, that was on time.
Nice.
The three of them followed the instructions of the townspeople and came to the ruins. When they were about to enter, they found a knight with an awe-inspiring expression in the distance. A mage wearing a dark cloak confronted him. Thor immediately held down Landis and Julian.
Wait, listen to what they say first.
The knight's loud voice came from afar. "Don't think that if you run into the ruins, I will let you go. I, Ark, have been following you for 2 years. In the past 2 years, you've been making trouble for everyone." I don't remember what his voice was. I think it was lower.
He was kind of low voice dramatic. I don't know if you remember what he looks like.
I do.
Okay. That's how I remember character voices for myself, is I have to look at them.
"Inciting kind farmers to rebel against the lords, robbing passing businessmen, and spreading evil ideas everywhere. Today, I will definitely arrest you and let you taste it. Taste what it's like to be in prison." The wizard's voice sounded very harsh and sinister.
you little careless little guy. Do you think you can manipulate me at will with your little efforts? You've been pestering me for 2 years and have ruined many important things for me. Today, I just let you fall into my hands. Let me show you the power of this magic circle.
A series of spells came out, and Julian was seen frowning. He took a few steps closer, then came back with a nervous expression.
Oh no. This magician is chanting a counterspell to remove a powerful restraining spell. It seems that he wants to liberate all the stone giants here. What a mess!
How can we stop them?
We have to knock down the wizard before he finishes reciting the spell. As long as the spell is not completed, the restriction will not be released.
Okay, let's rush in. Landis rushed towards the wizard at the lead, and Julian also followed closely, but Thor's nervous shout came from behind.
Hey, you two, wait!
Landis immediately snapped out of it and turned around, only to find that a large number of enemy reinforcements had already appeared behind him. Pulling him, Julian, and Thor away, they split into two sides.
Alas, we were ambushed by the enemy.
Thor was not worried about himself, but the two young men who didn't have much practical he was worried about the two young men who didn't have much practical experience.
Hey, I can't take care of you two anymore. Cooperate well and don't get separated.
Looking at Thor, who was surrounded alone, Landis was so angry he gritted his teeth. "You bastards! You're using such despicable means. I can't spare you." The magician, who heard the sounds of the fight, were shocked at first.
Oh, someone came to support you.
After taking a closer look at their performance, he hesitated again and laughed pitifully.
Hey, there are only 3 people here. What role can they play?
The young knight named Ark felt strange in his heart. "I've always acted on my own. These 3 people, who could they be?" He immediately went to the source of the fighting and found that the young warriors and monk he had never met were surrounded by ferocious golems.
No, it was werewolves.
Was it werewolves?
There's a whole bunch of werewolves at the start of the battle, and the golems spawn in the middle of the fight.
Okay, surrounded by ferocious werewolves.
Yeah.
I also thought they were wolfmen, but maybe that's just what they're called in this world.
I mean, they are wolfmen, but I believe they are, like, called werewolves in-game.
Okay. Yeah, Ark was about to ask, but Landis spoke loudly first. Hey, are you okay? My name is Landis, and he's Julian. We're here to help you. Let's start here. Leave it to us. Knock that bastard magician first. Oh, knock down that bastard magician first. Don't let him complete the spell. Otherwise... People he didn't know were willing to risk their lives to help him, something Ark had never seen before. He was stunned for a moment, and then immediately rushed towards the magician, who was chanting the spell with his spear. Hey, idiot, look behind you.
Wait, do you think that was the magician?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Hey, idiot! Look behind you!
Suddenly, bursts of rumbling noises, accompanied by huge vibrations, came from the depths of the ruins. At this time, Landis and Julian also broke out of the encirclement and rushed to Ark's side. Looking at the enemy appearing at the door of the ruins, the three of them opened their mouths at the same time and were speechless.
I think that's probably Landis first.
Probably. Really? Is it really a giant stone god?
It's so big, it's too exaggerated. Oh my god, are we too late? I love it says they're speechless, and then all three of them say something.
The three of them stared at the man in front of them, who was twice as tall as themselves, covered with blood. The Stone Titan, which was made of hard stone. Shockingly, I know. They didn't know how to attack it for a moment, and suddenly, boom, 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 each of them was knocked on the head. Thor said angrily,
You three young boys, why are you still dazed? If you say dazed any longer, it'll really be all over.
But, Uncle, where do we start from?
Julian had just finished speaking when the Stone Titan suddenly waved his giant fist, and the sharp-eyed Thor immediately pushed everyone down.
That's why I said you have no actual combat experience.
Thor said to the three of them in a low voice while pulling them into a dodge. Left and right.
Have you seen that magician? He's still chanting spells all the time. It means the spell has not been completed yet.
I understand. The smart Landis caught the stone giant's slow attack and ran towards the magician quickly. As expected, in addition to magic, the initiator of all this... What?
Apart from magic, he's weaker than Landis expected,
Okay.
Basically.
After a sharp and shrill wail, the stone giant stopped moving as expected, and Landis pulled out the dagger and plunged it into the magician's heart.
It's useless for you to kill me. The power of darkness will eventually dominate this continent. I'm waiting for you in hell.
The magic died away after the master said these words. He laid on the ground and twitched for a while, then stopped moving. The young knight finally breathed a sigh of relief. My name is Ark, and I'm a trainee of the Knight of... I don't remember what we named that.
I don't think that place ever comes up again. I think we might have just, like, gone with Kalia or something.
All right.
It's just where he's from, and I don't think it's ever relevant.
I think you're right. I'm a trainee knight of Kalia. Thanks for your help. It took 2 years of hard work to finally get rid of this giant owl. And I guess that's a Chinese idiom as well.
Actually...
No?
Sorry, He's... Guess what? He's a disciple of Callus.
Oh. Which is...
From FDK1.
Okay.
I was checking his profile to see if Kalia came up. It's not he's a trainee knight of Kalia. He's a trainee of Carlos, or Callus.
Callus, yeah, who I can pull up for...
Who also trained people in FDK2.
Our friends at home. I really wish there were... Yeah, there's not animations here, but... It was our martial saint from number 1.
Well, he wasn't a martial saint then. He became
right.
one later.
Yes.
He was originally just like a swordsman of some sort.
Yeah. Okay.
So I don't know whether we put that together when we played through the game.
I'm not sure.
Even. But he is evidently yet another trainee of Callus.
He trained a lot of people, huh?
He did. 2 people in the last... 2 people in FDK2 and this guy in Plus, I guess. Sorry, where were we at?
It took 2 years of hard work to finally get rid of this giant owl. That's probably an idiom.
It's gotta be.
Landis wiped the blood off his sword. I assume not on his sword. Oh, I see. Wipes the blood that was on his sword.
Yeah.
No, you're welcome, as long as you're fine. Julian, Thor, let's go. The three of them turned around and took a few steps away. A thoughtful Ark called out to them. Sir, wait. Please wait.
Yo, man, do you have anything else to say?
Thor turned back to look at Ark already, guessing 80% of his intentions. A highly specific number.
Yeah, I was like, 80% is oddly specific.
I see that you are all very strong and have a sense of justice. You helped me, a stranger, without expecting anything in return. Ark's words were full of sincerity. I like your team very much. I could join you and we could go together. What? Traveling to temper it?
Probably traveling together to, like, temper our skills together.
Alright. I like that. Landis and Julian, who came to find the treasure, had long forgotten about the treasure. And Ark's request was exactly what they wanted. So the two of them immediately said in unison, Welcome, Yak. Ark. I keep forgetting.
It's Landis.
Thor even laughed happily.
Great, we have one more person. A new face.
Alright, on to...
I don't remember the treasure angle from the game.
No,
but...
they added that.
Okay, I was like, everything else so far I basically remembered, but...
We also didn't have the hotel thing.
You kinda do. That's the tavern. Like, you don't have a scene there, but it's basically reflecting the tavern thing. So, we're on to the next chapter, which is chapter 3, Rotadia?
Okay.
Although, is that another translation of Ladia?
I believe so.
Okay. I think Rotadia is what the official quote-unquote name is that they used in the mobile game.
I think so, but we went with Ladia, and also they named Seko Bengal Psycho Boner, so we don't care what they say.
No, we really care, because that's the greatest, name mangling ever. All of his official name translations were terrible. Because it was Psycho Boundler or something.
Yeah, it's almost, instead of 4 kids, it's 2 kids or something.
2 kids named him. Okay.
Is this whole title really just Ladia?
I mean, that's all it definitely shouldn't be just that. That's all I'm getting when I stick it into translate. It's definitely shouldn't be, though. I'm trying to... The problem is, because it's not just actual text, it's, just going from the image, so I only have so much control over it.
Yeah.
I'll give it, this one more shot here.
I was running
all that's coming back with is Ladia.
Okay, well, then Chapter 3 is called Ladia until somebody that speaks Chinese corrects us.
Yeah. And this part is... I already forgot what it was. This part of this chapter is the mysterious daughter.
Okay.
Let's see. I've got the first half of this. It starts with Ark.
Okay, so I'll let you narrate. Ah, Your Majesty, Thor. You've been on such training journeys before. No wonder, then, that you're no stranger to the continent of Mara.
Although he's become familiar with everyone over the past few days, Ark still insists on treating Thor, respecting his identity.
It was just that I mistakenly thought that Uni was from the Maracana at first, then I traveled to many places by mistake.
Uni?
Uni?
Who is Uni?
Landis, the three of them said at the same time. He stopped and looked at Thor with interest.
It's a long story. Why are you guys so curious?
Thor couldn't help but blush in the face of such questioning eyes. Landis suddenly had a look of realization on his face, then gave Thor an ambiguous smile.
Oh, I see. He was your sweetheart when you were young, right?
She.
I know, I was just messing.
Okay.
I just thought it was funny. She was your sweetheart when you were young, right?
The auto-translate struggles so hard with pronouns, it makes some of these really difficult to tell who they're talking about.
Oh yeah, I wonder why that's the case. Like, I wonder how
I mean,
Chinese
I wonder
handles
if they
that.
just don't have gendered pronouns in those positions in Chinese. I don't know.
That could be true.
So it's just kind of like guessing. Thor, who was embarrassed and anxious, was trying to find something to say. When he came to argue, he suddenly glanced and found a person standing on a cliff not far ahead with her back to the edge of the cliff, and she stepped back. Oh, that's dangerous. Thor rushed forward nervously. The three of them looked in the direction of Thor's line of sight and happened to see a figure who slipped and fell off the cliff. The frightened group of people hurriedly rushed to the place where the figure fell. They saw a young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, struggling to stand up from the grass, her delicate and beautiful face appearing to be frightened and extremely pale. Thor looked up and realized that the big tree next to the girl had slowed down her descent, and she landed on the soft grass, so she was lucky enough to only suffer some scratches. As if she wanted to ask for help, the girl struggled a few steps towards Thor and his group. Landis hurriedly stepped forward to support her.
Miss, are you okay?
The girl showed her face to Landis. She smiled gratefully, but immediately frowned.
What's your name? Where do you live? You seem seriously injured. Let's escort you home, okay?
My name is Felina. Home.
The girl suddenly had a look in her beautiful eyes. An imperceptible hesitation flashed through.
Home. My head hurts so much. I can't remember.
Julian looked at the girl's bleeding forehead. Could it be that she fell from the mountain and hit her head and injured it? Thor scratched his head and muttered, why is this happening again? Julian looked back at Thor in surprise. What did you say? Thor then realized his gaffe and quickly waved his hands to deny it. No, I didn't say anything.
This is troublesome, but we can't just leave her here.
Looking at Felina's weak and helpless look, Landis felt very intolerable.
Good old Randy C.
Randy C. feeling intolerable. Seeing Felina and Landis in front of him, who were simply replicas of himself and Uni back then, Thor felt a tightening pain in his heart. He couldn't help but remember that there was a time in the past when he felt depressed because he lost Uni and was forced to take over the throne of the king. He couldn't cheer up, and he handled state affairs carelessly. This caused the royal palace and the people of the country to hate him. Dissatisfaction and hold him with dissatisfaction and doubt. Until one day, when Thor came to the warehouse and went to see Gaia due to missing Uni, he found that Gaia was missing. Thor immediately became furious, and when he was about to order soldiers to go out to search, Ares stopped him.
Your Majesty, there is no need to look for it. Gaia has been given to the kingdom of Yax.
What?
Thor became even more furious when he heard this.
Who? Who dares to make such a decision without my permission?
Ares was silent for a while.
I did.
It's you! Why? Ares, you know that this is the only souvenir left by Uni.
That's why I did it. Also, none of this was in the game.
No, this is entirely new to hear.
Why? Aren't we the best of friends?
Thor's anger turned to sadness.
Don't you even understand me?
If you still think of me as a good friend, just listen to my advice.
Looking at Thor.
This is not you, Thor.
Ares.
You have forgotten King Rhett's expectations for you. You've forgotten the expectations of all your friends who care about you. And you've forgotten the expectations of the whole country. When you are called Your Majesty, you are now called Your Majesty. Do you think you're worthy of this title?
Let's see.
I think that's you. I think it's Thor talking. Sinister Design says, I'd be furious too if my robot BFF was given to a kingdom of Yax.
I don't know whether this is Thor. Just looking at a sentence after.
Okay. I know you've always said so. I know you feel hopeless about taking charge of Ladia, but everyone has their own destiny and responsibility. Since there's no way to change it, why not do your best? What's more,
I think it's don't you have the ability?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Don't you have the ability? I understand you're in a bad mood after coming back from Mara Continent, but I always thought you were a man of self-restraint. I don't know why Ares would think that.
Yeah, he's never been a person of self-restraint.
We have never
in his
seen
entire life.
that at all.
Ares paused and sighed softly.
Why do you think Uni left us? She did it for the responsibility she had to bear. I believe that she made this decision at the time, and it was definitely more uncomfortable for her than anyone else, because she had to fight alone. But now, are you worthy of your own responsibilities? Are you worthy of Uni? Your Majesty, Thor?
Ares' passionate but sincere words were like a sharp sword. It stabbed Thor in the heart, and he finally woke up. Since then, Thor had taken charge of Ladia seriously, and given full play to his innate leadership ability, making Ladia grow stronger and stronger day by day. King Rhett even made the decision to let Thor marry Celia, the princess of the Kingdom of Yax, who had always been very concerned about Thor, making Thor's prestige even more powerful. But Thor was lonely inside. In fact, he knew that he had always longed to return to the days when he went on adventures with many friends, a life full of danger but freedom. But he had been deliberately trying to forget Uni and cut off his small hope of meeting her again one day.
It's interesting that, like, he marries Celia, we knew that, but, like, that's right after she's been given the robot. Like, I don't know, it still feels like it could be tied in and be a Uni thing.
Yeah. Ooh, a swap here.
Sure. It
It's
feels
like
like there's
halfway-ish.
supposed to be a line, but it was really confusing that it just cut to a, like, totally different scene of Ares and Thor talking.
Yeah, that was a very, like, seamless transition. Which was weird.
Yeah, but not in a good way.
In a good way. Like, there should have been a seam.
But now that he saw Landis and Felina in front of him, Thor realized that he had been lying to himself, because Uni's smile had been deeply imprinted in his mind and could not be erased.
Found her. She's right here.
A loud shout awoke Thor from his meditation, and he discovered that a large group of guards had appeared at some point surrounding them. Landis felt that the other party's intention was not good. Who are you? What do you want to do? A cavalryman, who looked like the leader, glanced at Landis from head to toe and said in an extremely disdainful tone,
Who are you? What do you want? Why are you meddling in our business? Hand over that woman.
Although he was extremely disgusted with their attitude, Landis suppressed his anger and asked the trembling girl in his arms in a low voice, Felina, do you recognize them?
I don't remember,
Felina said in a guilty tone.
but
Did you hear that? The lady doesn't want to go with you. Landis felt angry for no reason. I think there's some reason.
I think Thor's rubbing off on him.
You hear that? Just get out of here.
Boy, I have nothing to say to you. If you don't hand over that lady, you may risk your own life.
Ark, who was jealous of evil. What?
I don't think that's an accurate translation. Or maybe that's like a turn of phrase.
Maybe?
I feel like he's someone who greatly hates evil.
Yeah. Ark, who hated evil, became even more furious after hearing this. He immediately stood in front of Felina. I think you are probably not good people, and you want to kidnap innocent people. Girls, I can't help you being so arrogant when I'm here. That's Felina, I think.
Do you think so?
I think so.
will you hand me over to them?
Felina asked quietly. Seeing Felina's pitiful appearance, apart from feeling good about her, Landis could not tolerate such an arrogant attitude. I assume they have two different words for arrogant or something.
Probably.
Don't worry, Felina. As long as we're here, no one of them can touch you. The two sides finally disagreed and started fighting.
They finally disagreed. I'd been waiting.
Although the opponent had a large number of people, Landis, Julian, and Ark had greatly improved their reaction and attack power under Thor's guidance over the past few days, so they were on par. They had gained experience and leveled up.
They sure had.
Suddenly, the enemy knight... Do you think there's going to be promotions in the novel?
I am dying to find out.
Because there's branching promotion paths, so I wonder if there's canon ones.
I don't know. I mean, everybody had a default path, so there is technically a canon promotion, I would guess.
Maybe, but Landis had choices and stuff that, like... I think Landis had
That's
three
true.
choices. So, I don't know.
That's true.
Suddenly, the enemy knight seized an opening, picked up his lance, and shot suddenly from behind Landis. The force was so fast and cruel that even Thor was beyond his reach. Landis was about to receive the fatal blow. A burst of sudden hailstones deflected the life-threatening lance. As a result, it missed by a hair, and missed the guard who was surrounding Landis. "Felina, you can do magic?" Landis was surprised at first, and then immediately smiled with relief. "Thank you for saving me, Fail Ina." "You are injured. Don't force yourself." He seemed to be afraid at first. Felina listened with interest, then smiled and nodded. But Felina caught Thor's attention. While he was fighting back, he was observing this girl with a somewhat strange origin. At first, when he saw Felina's figure on the cliff, he suspected she'd been intimidated by someone and accidentally fell off the cliff. In addition, during the battle now, he found that the other party had the opportunity to attack her, but they all deliberately stopped. And now we know that Felina is powerful enough to attack the opponent, but she was unwilling to attack. Thor subconsciously felt something was wrong. Except for the cavalry sneak attack just now, Thor didn't pay much attention to these enemies, because during the days with Landis, he was surprised to discover the amazing explosive power and attack hidden in Landis' body. Instinctively, no matter how many and powerful the enemies are, Landis will always get stronger when encountering strong ones, making rapid progress every time. Thor is glad he brought him out for training, otherwise he would have wasted a good talent with excellent qualifications. Julian and Ark were extremely surprised, but except for Landis himself and his dead father, no one knew Landis had the blood of a god and the blood of the god of war. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so surprised. Landis deliberately concealed his life experience. In addition to not wanting others to look at him differently, Landis also had doubts about the value of his own life. After finally getting rid of this group of soldiers who bullied the minority...
Wait, it says on my side, it just says that bullied the few when I translate it. That's hilarious. Bully the minority.
You're not allowed to say that's funny, Taya. After...
What minority are we representing here?
Lena. There's just one.
I guess. The one woman.
After finally getting rid of this group of soldiers who bullied the few, Landis, Julian, and Ark sat down on the grass to rest, exhausted.
Thank you.
"I don't think your lost memory will be restored for a while, but we can't leave you here." Looking at Felina's pleading look, Landis gave her a comforting smile. "That's it. It's decided. You can travel with us for the time being. After your memory recovers, we'll send you home." I don't know why there's a huge gap before the next line.
It happens every time, like, the formatting breaks, where we get that, like, big block, and then there's a huge gap.
So that's you. Oh, Julian also happily agreed.
Yes, we will take care of you along the way. Thank you. Please continue to take care of me in the future.
Thor, who was standing aside. Huh?
Nothing. I was gonna say it's a Yoroshiku Onegaishimasu kind of situation.
Oh, okay. Bless you. Thor, who was standing aside, did not answer this time. He intuitively felt that Felina seemed to be hiding something, and he even felt that Felina's amnesia was fake, because her reaction was very different from that of Uni when she first met him. Sinister Design asks, "What kind of novel is this? Where are the descriptions of their stat-ups?" I know, right? Ah, yes, the Sin Bearers Tonk.
Yeah, Nicholas, wonder if you lose some text in the process. I don't think so, because if you flip it back to Chinese, it's like the same text. Because I've checked like one of the prior conversations, it looks like it's all there generally.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we lose some text in the regular paragraphs, like when he buried the photograph, it just said he buried the.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious when we do.
Yeah, so like we lose stuff sometimes, but that formatting issue doesn't seem to like lose extra text. It just like for some reason loses all the line breaks. I don't know why.
Also, here you go.
Perfect. Just what I always wanted.
This channel just gets more and more niche, huh?
It does.
reading a Chinese novel doing the Sin Bears, or Taiwanese and doing the Sin Bears to honks. Like, I can't wait for the Chinese streamer to react to my reading of this on Bilibili.
Right. So, did we finish this page?
We did not.
Okay.
Uni was instinctively frightened by the fact that she had lost... Oh, wait, I gotta bring it back up on the monitor. There you go. Uni was instinctively frightened by the fact that she had lost all her memories. Therefore, although she forgot where she came from, she was eager to go home. This is the basic version of every person with amnesia. But he found that Felina was unusually calm. Also, I love that Thor is like, yeah, he found this was the basic reaction of every person. But, like, he's met one.
Yeah. Look, that's a 100% for his sample size.
That is true. I'm also sad that it translates it properly into amnesia and it doesn't say every person with depression.
Depression. I do miss that.
Every person with depression wants to go home.
I mean, often true.
But he found that Felina was unusually calm. Not only did she not ask the reason for the person who came to take her away, she also looked relieved at Landis' decision to let her go. Go with us. Go with them. I don't know. She was even more worried about going home. Unconcerned. I mean, he seems concerned. Thor felt that Felina was indeed a little strange, but he didn't want to bring it up at this time. Because Landis, at this time, is just like his young and vigorous self at that time. He can understand what Landis is thinking now. If it were him, he would not want others to pour cold water on him right now.
He doesn't want to take the ice bucket challenge.
He does not.
I mean, that's basically beat for beat what happens.
I also
in the game.
Didn't realize that parallel between Thor and Landis in that moment.
Yeah, I'm trying to... I wish I remember whether I thought about it at the time. Because it's like, it is a very obvious parallel, but I don't remember whether I thought about it.
I know I didn't, and they did not make it obvious. Like, it more than it being the same situation. But, like, they didn't call attention to it like they do here.
That's true.
We're back to you narrating.
Yeah. I want to take a quick restroom break if I can.
Yeah, go for it.
And then I'll be right back to start narrating here.
No, you cannot. You must pee yourself.
Oh, no.
Alright, so... while we're in an intermission, I can pull up all our characters so far. Because why not? So we've got Landis here. Can I, like, make that? Yeah, there we go. It's like, can I get that all on screen? I sure can. Got Landis, our main hero. And all his stats and stuff. This one also has, like, his animations and such. So that's kind of nice. We've got Julian, our lovely monk. Who, we didn't see his attack animation very much. But yeah, that's what that is. It seems like he doesn't do that at all in the novel, which makes sense. I mean, if you play perfectly, you probably shouldn't see your monk attacking very much. We've got Ark, our knight. Let's see. There's Ark. I've always loved his design. Like, the red eyes with the red hair, like, on the blue armor, just, yeah. Sword, spiky hair, looks like a cookie cutter kid. Yep. Main character. I do think it's a little bit different because we go from, like, you know, Thor, like, they don't have do they have his portrait? They don't. That's unfortunate. But the art style changes so much between Flame Dragon 1 and 2. Like, 1 and 2 look kind of similar. And then we go to Plus, you know, and then Landis, like, this looks nuts. It looks way different. So, Player Lynn told us before we started Plus that a lot of people did not like Flame Dragon Plus. A lot of the fandom was not happy with it. And I can definitely see why. I still really like it. I don't know. it's a little bit different tonally than 1 and 2, but it just has such cool ideas that, like, I can't help but love it. But anyway, we've got Ark. There's his art. Looking pretty suave. And then we've got Ark's animation. Yeah, he just looks great. The white hair, like, the colors are just really nice. And then we've got Felina. There she is.
I'm back.
I was just showing the art of the characters that we've met so far.
Gotcha, reviewing our roster.
Mm-hmm. And I'll show you her attack animation as well. There we go. Shooting lightning from her fingertips like Emperor Palpatine.
She does have unlimited power.
We didn't do that very much. Yeah, we were also just talking about, like, because Nick was saying that, like, Landis kind of looks cookie cutter and stuff, and I was saying, like, I mean, he looks very different from Flame Dragon 1 and 2.
I think the thing that's notable about Landis is that, like, while he looks very generic anime, he breaks away from looking very Fire Emblem, which our first two protagonists did.
Yes.
So while he looks generic in an anime sense, he's a pretty big deviation from Thor and Rhett.
He also is not 90% chin, which
he's not.
Divorces him even more art-wise.
He's actually got a very low percentage of chin.
He does.
I think my main criticism with his design is just that his hair looks really bad in his artwork.
Yeah, it
like,
does.
I don't think there's really any version of his spiked hair that looks decent.
No.
So, which is a shame, because, like, most of the characters in this game look fine, but he just looks not great.
Also, I never noticed that he has Adam's apple muscles.
He swallows very powerfully.
I'm not sure that even if you work out real hard, I'm not sure you get those.
It's got little, like, throat weights.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
What is the title of Chapter 2?
Oh yeah, the title of this one is The Crisis of Counterfeiting. Let's try to see.
I have no idea what that would be about. I don't remember a counterfeiting plotline.
Well, let me see. I've got the what's the next chapter? The next chapter is this doesn't seem
I've got
particularly
it up too.
Because the thing is that
we just did Chapter 4.
Yeah, we just did Chapter 4. The thing is, so counterfeiting, no, but there was the fake Thor, and I'm wondering if that's what we're getting to.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Where it's like whatever word they're using is the same.
Okay.
Are we going to trade off this chapter at some point? I'm just looking because it looks long, but there's no natural break point.
Sure.
So, okay.
I'm sure there'll be a break. If there's no, like, lines or stuff, I'm sure there will. There should be.
Alrighty.
Do you want to start off narrating, or do I?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay.
You are His Majesty Thor of Latia?
Felina looked a little panicked when she realized Thor's identity. Yes, do you know me, Felina? Thor deliberately pushed Landis and the three away, leaving Felina alone. Thor was actually, so he felt that he needed to test it.
Suspicious, maybe?
Yeah, it could be. It was actually suspicious, so he felt that he needed to test her.
No, I don't know you. I just heard that you're the legendary hero who solved the mystery of the Golden City.
Felina looked a little awed by Thor.
But why are you not in the Palace of Latia? What about being with Landis and the others?
It's a long story. In fact, I just left the palace temporarily to take a walk and relax and want to relive the old dreams. Unexpectedly, not long after I came out, I was inexplicably arrested. A group of wild warriors were chasing me, and the enemy was vicious. And poisoned me at some point, I must have mentioned.
Poisoned?
Felina looked a little pale after hearing this. Well, luckily I happened to meet Landis, and he saved my life. Otherwise, I would have practiced martial arts, but ended up dying from poison. It's really shameful. Hey, I'm telling you the truth. And don't tell anyone else about this. Felina also laughed. She didn't expect that the legendary hero Thor was such an approachable person. In addition to his inherent nobility, apart from his temperament and kingly spirit, he didn't feel at all like a royal nobleman. She couldn't help but admire Thor from the bottom of her heart. Julian's voice came from the distance. Uncle, it's not good. Julian's voice sounded very urgent, and he ran towards Thor in a hurry, and then he saw Landis and Ark following behind, both of them with solemn expressions on their faces. Uncle, it's not good. Another one appears, pretending to be you. Thor, Julian said, out of breath. What? What's going on? Please tell me clearly.
Let me tell you, Your Majesty Thor,
Ark said.
When we arrived in the town just now, we heard many people talking about it, saying King Thor of Ladia ordered all ministers and their cronies around him to be imprisoned, and all the guards were driven out of the palace. Well, not only that, there were notices posted everywhere in the town saying that there is now... What?
I think saying that the person pretending to be King Thor is now offering,
a reward of 3,000 gold coins to catch the imposter.
I just looked at Thor worriedly.
What is going on?
Thor just shook his head after hearing the bad news. He frowned and didn't say a word. Everyone was upset, but Thor didn't speak, and no one dared to say anything. I didn't expect the country would be in such chaos just a few days after leaving. After a long time, Thor finally spoke. Landis, the more I think about this, the less innocent I become. You see, since I left the country, I've been ambushed and poisoned. Now I'm now I've been substituted, and my ministers are detained. What's even more outrageous is that there's a reward for my capture. It seems that it's all a trap that was arranged. As soon as I left the palace, I just stepped into this trap of some other party.
Do you know who's planning to frame you?
I don't know. It seems that I have to return to the country quickly to investigate the matter. Clearly, otherwise Lottie will never have peace.
Be careful about... Oh, sorry.
I think...
It's Julian, you're right.
Yeah. Be careful about this matter. Maybe the enemy has already laid a trap there just waiting for you to go back. Julian thinks not very appropriate. I think it's not wise.
Yeah.
And who says this? Ark, probably, I think, says Majesty all the time.
Yes, Your Majesty Thor. What Julian said makes sense. I think you should wait for a while and see.
I wonder what happened to Ares and Celia. It's all my fault. I'm too brash. Hey, isn't this King Thor? A group of soldiers appeared in the distance?
Yes.
Thor raised his eyes and looked a little excited. This is the uniform of Ladia. They're soldiers of Ladia. Thor, who had just been down, felt a little excited at first sight. The joy of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Just when he was about to go forward, Landis stopped him.
Wait a minute, Thor.
Landis didn't care where the other soldiers came from. He only saw their expression, and they were salivating as if they were seeing delicious food.
The purpose of their appearance here is unknown. Don't forget that there's a bounty on your head with a high reward. Be careful.
As Landis expected, when the group of soldiers gradually approached, a burst of laughter came to their ears. King Thor ordered me to come and catch the imposter. The reward is 3,000 gold coins, regardless of dead or alive. I didn't expect I would run into him. It's really a big deal. When Thor heard this, he immediately became furious. Nonsense. Those who are in the royal palace of Ladia now are the real frauds. Are you blind? You can't even tell the difference between the real and the fake. I've only been a god in the palace for a few days. I don't care whether it's true or not. The most important thing is the 3,000 gold coins. I'm sorry, money's the most important thing. Just come with us. The soldiers, who could not escape the temptation of money, turned a deaf ear to the real Thor's words. Damn it. In order to get rid of me, that imposter even replaced the guards in the palace. How abominable. Gritting his teeth, in addition to the overwhelming anger, he felt even more heartache. The hand holding the hilt of the sword was trembling slightly. Landis looked even more unspeakably sad when he saw it. After getting along with Thor for many days, Landis had already developed a tacit understanding and affection for Thor, like a father and son. He also knows that the reason why Thor ran away is not simply irresponsibility. He just wants to let
Let the heavy?
Let the heavy, but he simply wants to let some heavy thoughts off his mind.
Mm.
So that he can be temporarily liberated and do some things that he has to do. But fate is so cruel. Just a small wish must pay such a high price. The enemy not only mercilessly destroyed Thor's long-term efforts in an instant, but also wanted to force Thor into a desperate situation and ask him to kill the people of his country with his own hands. The opponent finally came in groups, and Landis, Julian, Ark, and Felina also tried their best to resist with Thor. Especially Landis. He understands Thor's inner conflict, so he does his best to be by Thor's side to help save him and kill the enemy. As for Thor, every time he killed a soldier of Ladia, it was as painful as a knife in his own heart. Originally, he just wanted to get rid of the boring life in the palace and away from the tedious responsibilities of being a king. He just wanted to return to the Mara continent to relive the old dream. It was such a simple motive, that's all. Why? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Thor's muttering was heard by Landis beside him. He knew what Thor was thinking, and Landis felt that he couldn't help but feel aggrieved for Thor.
It's not your fault. It's those guys who want to harm you and Ladia.
Landis said softly to Thor as if he wanted to comfort him. Thor gave Landis a grateful look. The opponent's number was not too large, but because some of the soldiers seemed to have been trained by soldiers from the palace, the fight also took a lot of energy. Just when Landis pulled out the sword from the last enemy, he hurriedly said,
It's okay for the time being. Let's go quickly. There are not many people here, so there may be pursuers.
Felina, as a girl, was more attentive to the status of her friends.
I think everyone is tired. There's a small village not far to the east. Let's go there and take a rest first.
Yes.
Landis nodded and turned to Thor, who was staring blankly at the body lying on the ground. He patted him on the shoulder.
Let's go.
Thor, who looked gloomy, knelt down and closed the slightly opened eyes of one of the soldiers, then turned around and left with Landis without saying a word.
That was a lot more somber than it was in the game.
Yeah. Well, like, putting emotion into the conflict is a little more than we usually got.
Yeah.
You know, because they show up, we have our dialogue, and then that's that.
I also like the, I think it was from the dialogue was the same as the game there, but I didn't really think about it much at the time that, you know, he's like, well, I'm the real Thor, and you're taking orders from an imposter. And, you know, the guard's response is essentially, I just work here, man. Like,
yeah.
I don't get paid to think about that kind of thing.
I'm having issues loading the next chapter.
Let's see. Oh, I've got it.
You've got it?
Yeah, I could stream it to you.
Yeah, if you want to screen share, for some reason it's not loading for me. I'm not sure what the deal is.
Yeah, I can do that. Let me see. There it is.
Oh, I got it now. Maybe? No. Yes? No. Where are we at?
Part 3 of Chapter 3.
Part 3 of Chapter 3. Let me just see if I can pull it up, because this is more convenient if I can... Okay, now it's working. I don't know what the deal was.
I don't know. Sometimes the translation thing also just freaks out for me. Like, I've had to refresh a couple of times.
Yeah, so this chapter is called Hero's Tears. Probably switching to you since I read the entire...
Alright, it wasn't as long as I thought based on the sidebar.
Yeah. We might switch this one off towards the end. We'll see. Go ahead.
After arriving in the village, Thor was silent, as if he had lost his soul. Even Julian, who was usually the most talkative, was too quiet to say a word. Landis knew that Thor was feeling uncomfortable. So, in order to avoid a direct conflict with Ladia's soldiers, Landis tried every means to find out about the secluded paths. Thor, I found a path out of here. Let's go! Landis whispered as softly as possible with an exclamation point. After passing through the dense forest, luckily the party didn't encounter any pursuers and finally came to a canyon, where a long suspension bridge crossed the valley. After passing here, we'll get rid of the pursuers, Landis said to Thor with some joy, and Thor nodded with a smile. Julian took a deep breath.
Huh. I hope so.
But not long before the wishful thinking was made, a burst of excited voices came over.
Found it! Found it! Catch him quickly. The bonus is ours.
Sure enough, a large group of Latian soldiers swarmed towards Thor and his party like ghosts. Thor, who had been gradually calming down, couldn't help but become angry all over again.
Damn it. These shameless people. They're wearing the uniform of Latia. They're simply insulting Latia.
Don't do this. Calm down. Landis held Thor down. Come on, let's just do it now. Cross the bridge. The 5 people fought and fled like this, but the suspension bridge was narrow and unstable, making it more difficult to fight. In addition, there were archers on the other side. On the one hand, Landis had to protect Felina to keep her safe from being shot by a bow and arrow. On the other hand, he had to help protect Thor, so he felt the most strenuous, and his physical strength was greatly consumed. In a moment of distraction, a sharp arrow suddenly hit Landis's left arm. The pain went straight to his heart, and Landis couldn't help but groan. Thor turned his head and saw that Landis was injured, and he became irate.
Ah!
With a long roar, Thor, filled with infinite sorrow and helplessness, rushed into the group of soldiers surrounding them and fought fiercely like a madman.
Why? Why?
Thor, the hero, who was extraordinary if he got serious about fighting. Almost no one in the world could stop him. It's not that he's incapable of destroying his enemies, but that he is unwilling to kill the innocent, deceived people of Latia with his own hands. But they have forced him to do so. No, it was fate that forced him to do this. Landis saw the irrational Thor had temporarily blocked the enemy's attack, and quickly shouted to Ark, Julian, and Felina. Let's go! Let's cross! The 4 of them ran to the suspension bridge as quickly as possible. On the other side, Landis gritted his teeth and pulled out the sharp arrow stuck in his arm, and blood immediately poured out in large amounts, as it tends to do in this novel. Quick, Julian, please cast a spell to stop my bleeding. Landis grabbed Julian's hand and pressed it on his wound. Julian was startled, but immediately chanted the spell. You guys go hide in the jungle for a moment. Don't come out. Do you hear me?
What? Do you want to?
Felina exclaimed and quickly grabbed Landis's hand.
Can you please stop joking? You're even injured.
Ark also hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Yes, those guys will not be His Majesty Thor's opponents alone. But Landis just smiled firmly. With a smile, before the wound had completely healed, he gently shook off Felina's hand and rushed back towards Thor, quickly.
Landis.
Felina wanted to rush over, but was held back by Ark. Don't follow. We'll only increase the burden on Thor and Landis. Go and hide. Julian also saw Landis's intentions. Although he also wanted to rush back to help, he knew that Landis could do this. He must have other plans. Landis, who rushed back to Thor, roared and pushed back. He turned to Thor and said, You go first. Here I am, but before he could finish his words, Landis suddenly froze. He saw Thor, whose face was spattered with the enemy's blood, and then he actually shed tears.
Why does it have to be like this? Why me? Why on earth?
Thor, who was filled with grief and anger, had tears falling down his determined face.
Why do I have to face such a thing? Why?
Not a weak cry, but a deep, silent protest against fate. Seeing this, Landis felt like his heart was cut by a knife. How he wished he could share some of Thor's pain, even just a little bit, but there was nothing he could do. He suppressed the turbulent emotions in his heart, pulled the somewhat dazed Thor, and ran back with all his strength. Another flying arrow from behind hit him right in the shoulder. He gritted his teeth to hold back a groan and just kept saying, Run to the other side. After making it to the other side, Landis immediately turned around and cut the rope on one side of the suspension bridge with his sword. The enemy, who had no time to catch up, was shocked when they saw this, and immediately grabbed the rope on the other side. However, there were still people who could not react in time and fell under the bridge. Landis raised the sword in his hand and shouted, Don't come here again! Otherwise, I'll let you all fall to the bottom. If you're not afraid of death, try to go forward. Of course, these soldiers, who were greedy for money, would not do this. The money-losing business hurriedly... What?
I don't know.
The men quickly losing money, or seeing the money slip away from them, I guess, hurriedly grabbed the rope and scrambled back. Felina rushed out immediately when she saw another arrow on Landis's back. She felt anxious and almost burst into tears.
Julian, come quickly.
This feels like a good spot for you to take over.
Sure. Ark and Julian rushed out. When they saw Thor and Landis, they couldn't help but feel chilled, especially since there were still arrows
I think arrows.
arrows in their backs. Landis, who was holding an arrow, was still holding his sword while the wound was bleeding, and his eyes were fixed on the enemy, who were gradually retreating on the bridge. As if the arrow was stuck in someone else, like a terrifying-looking Shura.
It's like a god
I feel
of
like
war,
this is
right?
some reference I'm missing.
Ashura is a god of war,
Yeah, I guess.
I think.
Just feels like this is some like specific iconography I'm not familiar with. When the last enemy came ashore, or got back to the other side, Landis waved the sword in his hand vigorously, and the rope broke. The suspension bridge also fell into the valley with a bang, leaving only some remaining wood chips and ropes hanging freely on the other side.
I think it could be a reference to the warrior Benkai. I don't know if you're familiar with that story.
I'm not.
It's this guy in Japanese history that it was during the time of samurai. His lord was and him were both standing on I think his lord's manor had a bridge that led to it, and basically a whole army showed up to kill his lord, and Benkai decided he was going to defend him to his last breath, and he ends up killing, I forget how many people. It's ridiculous. And they say by the end he had tons of arrows in him. Gotcha. The weapons collector. I think that name is also used for that. I can't totally remember. Might be the same guy. And Sinister Design says the money-losing business is probably the worst industry to get into, all things considered.
That's just being an indie game dev.
I mean, currently it's being a AAA game dev too. But
True.
Okay, finally got rid of it. Well,
Landis felt relief and then pain in his heart. He wanted to pull out the sharp arrow, but he was unable to do so.
Ark, please help pull out this arrow.
Just looking at it is frightening. Ark feels that he can't do it, but no one else will do it if he won't. He had no choice but to hold the arrow's shaft and try to pull it out slowly.
Ow, Ark, don't pull so slowly. You're gonna hurt me to death. Please, just pull it out all at once.
Landis was sweating from the pain, but Ark still couldn't pull it out ruthlessly. I'm here. Thor, who regained his composure, came over and patted Ark on the shoulder. Landis, you'll have to endure the pain.
I know. Hurry up. Ow!
Thor suddenly pulled out the arrow. After Landis screamed, he finally couldn't help but faint from the pain. Thor caught Landis. Julian immediately stepped forward to treat his wounds. Seeing Landis' eyebrows clenched in pain, Thor secretly made a decision in his heart. After finally healing Landis' bone-deep wound, Julian, who was sweating profusely, breathed a sigh of relief. Thor carried Landis, who was still unconscious, on his back. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go, find a place to rest. Night fell, and Landis, whose wounds were healing, had woken up, but due to excessive physical exertion, he fell asleep again. Except for Thor, the other three people also fell asleep, one after another due to exhaustion from the day, leaving only Thor alone in front of the campfire, meditating. Late at night, Thor, who had never closed his eyes, finally stood up and sighed softly. I'm sorry, Landis, for getting you into this trouble, Thor said softly, as if talking to himself, and as if saying goodbye. This matter was all because of me from beginning to end. I should take full responsibility. Thank you for giving me this happy opportunity to relive my old life, Landis. I hope to see your beautiful eyes again one day. Goodbye. Shortly after Thor left, Landis woke up uneasily.
Thor?
He looked around in panic. The other three heard the call and woke up together.
He's gone.
Landis felt helpless and lost.
Landis, don't be sad.
Felina was a little reluctant to see the disappointed Landis.
As the King of Laudia, he has his dignity and difficulties.
Because who is this?
Ark,
maybe?
You know, let me look in the gameplay, see if I can tell. This is Ark.
Okay. Because he doesn't want to drag us down. So no matter how terrible the enemy is, he'd rather go back and face the enemy alone. Alas, he is indeed a legendary hero.
Ark has always had great respect for Thor, although Thor has always been as kind to him as a brother. And who is this?
This is Julian.
Yeah. Everyone has good times and bad times in life. Everything is arranged by fate. Now he has chosen the path he wants to take. Julian seemed to have grown up and matured a lot at this time. Goodbye, Uncle, the King of Lottia. Thor returned to Delania in order to avoid a head-on conflict with Lottia's soldiers. He chose a path in the forest. Just when he was about to arrive at the palace, a guy who looked very similar to him and several soldiers appeared to block the road.
You've finally fallen into a trap. I've been waiting here a long time.
Fake Thor laughed arrogantly, looking determined to win. Thor sneered.
Although I don't know who you are. Just these few of you came out to arrest me? You're dreaming. The former leader of the famous Flame Dragon Knights and the king of the Kingdom of Lottia. His martial arts skills were naturally beyond praise. If I compete, of course I can't beat you, but...
Fake Thor showed a sinister and cunning face.
Before you do anything, I want you to meet someone first. Guards.
Several soldiers dragged out a man who was tied up.
Ares, you've all been arrested?
I'm sorry, Thor. This was all my negligence. When I realized it, it was already too late.
Ares said weakly. He had obviously suffered some abuse. Although Thor gritted his teeth with hatred, he did not dare to act rashly. He knew that his weakness had been caught by the opponent. Seeing Thor's embarrassed expression, the fake Thor laughed even more proudly.
How about it? If you dare to resist even a little bit, I will kill him immediately. If you don't obey... wait. If you don't allow us to arrest you, will you let that happen to him?
Thor glared at the other person, his eyes almost bursting with fire.
Bah! Despicable.
The angry fake Thor slapped Thor hard, and blood immediately oozed from the corners of Thor's mouth. He turned around and ordered,
Guard, go and arrest him.
Thor was immediately tied up, and Ares felt extremely uncomfortable, because with Thor's personality, he had never suffered such humiliation. When Thor was escorted to his side, he couldn't help but ask softly,
Thor, are you okay? I'm sorry I was too careless.
No, Ares, my old friend. It's me who should apologize. But don't worry. As long as I don't die, we'll repay this debt. I swear it.
I don't think we saw this either.
I don't think so, no. I think, like, eventually we see that Thor's been captured, but I don't think we see any of this.
Alright, I think we've probably got one more chapter in us, is my thought.
One more chapter, one more part.
One more chapter.
Okay. Yeah, so this chapter is... Let me find out. The Adventurous Journey.
Okay.
Which is, like, the most vague title to give a chapter in a fantasy novel.
Yes.
And this part is Female Warrior in the Arena, as you'll well remember.
I do.
Oh my... This might be the longest part we've seen so far.
Is it actually, though?
I mean, like, scrolling through this, it's long.
Oh, there's still, like, some large gaps.
Yeah, but there's text that would have been there.
One more chapter inserted into your back?
Yeah.
Definitely.
We'll probably have to trade off a couple times in this one, maybe.
Alright.
But you can start.
It starts with you.
Yep.
Wow, there's so many people. It's such a lively town.
Looking at the bustling crowd, Felina was as happy as a little girl. Even Landis, who'd been depressed because of Thor's departure for many days, couldn't help but be infected by Felina's innocent and happy atmosphere, and followed her around. This town is really not small. There are all kinds of... Oh, wait. Is that Ark? Yeah, I guess so.
I think?
This town is really not small. There are all kinds of shops, Landis. I think we can find a hotel here to rest our legs and have a rest. We can also find a weapon shop and change to a more comfortable weapon, and maybe some new protective gear. Maybe even tools? What to do? Ark shook the spear in his hand. It looked rusty and worn, which always made him feel unable to use it.
That's right, Landis. I've never been to such a lively town since I was a child. Can we rest for a few more days before leaving?
Felina took Landis's hand, like a coquettish person.
What a phrase.
And the water, his big eyes were full of pleading.
The water, his big eyes.
I assume that's her eyes were full of tears. Facing Felina's
Probably.
lovable appearance and the soft and delicate touch of her little hands, Landis felt that his heartbeat was speeding up, for no reason. Of course, we're not in a hurry, so I'll accompany you wherever you go.
Really? Thank you, Landis. You're so kind.
The innocent and straightforward Felina was happy. He couldn't help but step forward and... What? Oh, she couldn't help but step forward and kissed Landis on the cheek. Landis, who had never been in contact with a girl, was frightened by this sudden attack and was stunned.
This sudden attack.
Huh? Landis, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Are you sick?
Felina didn't know what was going on, and she didn't know it was because of her random discharge. She reached out with concern and gently pressed Landis's forehead. The soft and cold feeling on his forehead immediately wakened Landis's wandering spirit, and he took a step back hastily. I'm fine. Let's go," Landis said in a panic, and then hurried forward, leaving Felina, who didn't know what she was doing, and Ark, who was snickering secretly, with Julian.
I think this is Felina again.
What's wrong with him?
Is this...
This is Ark.
Oh, okay. Landis? He's very good. I'm afraid he's never been better than right now. Ark couldn't help but laughed, leaving Felina confused.
What's going on? Julian, tell me!
Julian, who has a straightforward personality, couldn't bear to see Felina looking puzzled, but as a monk, he was too embarrassed to explain it clearly.
I think he probably can't bear the kindness of beauty.
Ah.
Felina suddenly realized it at this time, and she was immediately ashamed and embarrassed, and her pretty face suddenly became more beautiful than Landis's. What? So
It
red.
was made more beautiful to Landis.
So red, she could only stand there and be at a loss. So lewd, we did a kiss on the cheek. Oh my goodness.
Who in the world is saying this line?
Landis? We'll go with Ark. Okay, let's leave quickly. There's so many people here, it'll be difficult to find you if you get lost. The four of them wandered the street for a while before stopping at a large weapons store. Wow, boss, the weapons in your store are really good. Ark waved the shiny, sharp lance in his hand. His satisfaction was beyond words.
Because the town's annual martial arts competition has started again, there will naturally be more people buying weapons. Thanks to them, a lot of weapons get sold this time every year.
The weapons store owner smiled, looking at Landis and Ark.
Several young warriors must also be here participating in the martial arts meeting.
You misunderstood. We're just traveling through this place, not here to participate in any martial arts meeting.
Oh, wait, that's Julian, I think.
My bad, yep.
Yeah, he must have understood. We are just traveling through this place, not here to participate in any martial arts meeting.
Julian explained hurriedly. He doesn't like scenes of fighting and killing the most.
Oh, that doesn't matter then. When traveling, the chance of encountering ferocious beasts in the forest and wilderness is not small, so it's also necessary to buy better weapons for self-defense. In addition, we also buy old weapons. If you have the weapon you want to replace, it could also be used to offset some of the price.
It is wild that we are I don't know, just that we're doing shops in the story. We're doing
shops, and not just shops, but being able to sell your weapons to the shopkeeper lore.
Yes. That's great. I've been worried about what to do with my old spear. Ark happily handed over his spear to the boss, together with some coins. He exchanged for the new lance he liked. He turned around and saw Landis, who was looking at a longsword, with the short sword on his waist that never left his body. Landis, I think it's time for you to change to a longsword. Although the short sword is light, it's always a bit difficult to attack. I think you might think so, too. I do think so, and since you said so. Landis raised the longsword that looked slightly thinner and brighter than ordinary swords and waved it with a satisfied smile. This sword is really good. It's not heavy to hold, and it's not heavy to use. Effortless. Boss, how much does this sword cost?
This young samurai is really an expert at recognizing good weapons. The metal used to make this sword is rare. Only one like it every 100 years. There's only 3 swords are made of this metal, and there's only one in this shop. Of course, it's far more expensive, but...
The boss narrowed his eyes and looked at Landis, looking like he couldn't put it down.
But I've kept this good sword in the store for so long, and no one has ever noticed it. I can't bear to give up my love for it. Since it's been appreciated by you today, it means that this sword is destined to you. I think if you give me the tag on your waist, then I'll accept from you just 300 gold coins.
Ah, 300 gold coins! So expensive! The 4 young people looked at each other. Landis looked at the sword in his hand reluctantly, and then took it from his arms. He took out his money bag, poured all the gold coins from the bag onto the table, and counted them. Oh no, I only have 21 gold coins here. Seeing Landis' disappointed look, Felina, Julian, and Ark also took out the money bags in their arms and poured the money onto the table. After deducting the money for Lance's, I still have 14 gold coins here.
I'm sorry, Landis. I only have 19 gold coins here.
Oh, I'm even poor. I only have 10 gold coins, but...
Julian opened his robe and took off the heavy leather bag tied around his waist.
There are 100 gold coins here. I think it's probably not enough.
The 3 of them looked at Julian in surprise. Good boy, can't I see you're so honest and have so much money? To hide your money? What? I think this is like you have a...
Something about, like, you're so honest about having your money, why did you hide it then, or something?
Yeah. Ark put his
yeah, that's weird.
Ark put his arms on Julian's shoulder exaggeratedly. I don't know that that's a word. Good man, you couldn't have taken advantage of the enemy while you were killing them, right? Be honest with me. That's Felina.
Yeah, I think so.
Don't scare him like this. I don't think Julia's this kind of person.
Girls are always kind-hearted.
This is Landis, I think?
I guess. Oh, I see. Or are you not a practicing monk at all? You're a palace noble like Thor who sneaked out to play, right? Landis deliberately stared at Julian with suspicion and joined in. The procession of torture to extract confessions. Regardless of Landis's words, Julian blushed as if he was told something that was true, but immediately shook his head vigorously to deny it.
No, you all misunderstood. Uncle Thor gave this to me. He said that if he can't be out by our side to accompany us in the future, these 100 gold coins will be regarded as supporting our travel expenses. He also said that he brought Landis out to study, and if there's a weapon that Landis likes, we must use the money to help him realize his wish.
It's Thor's? Landis was both surprised and moved.
Well, he said he was afraid that you'd be unwilling to accept it if he gave it to you, so he gave it to me for safekeeping.
He always was very careful. But even with this extra 100 gold coins, there's still only 100... what? Oh,
164.
Yeah. There's only 164 gold coins, and if this happens, the 4 of us will have to drink the northwest wind.
That's an interesting phrase.
I like that.
Drink the northwest wind.
Landis looked at the sword in his hand again before reluctantly handing it back to the boss.
Actually, you don't have to be so disappointed. I suggest you participate in the martial arts competition we hold. If you beat the winner, you can get a bonus of 1,000 gold coins.
1,000 gold coins?
Yes, but it requires defeating the very best. Oh, she's a woman. Her strength and skills are very amazing. So she came to this town a few years ago to participate in the martial arts meeting. She's easily won every championship since. All those who've challenged have failed and were defeated with regret. Until recent years, no one dared to challenge her again, so every year the 1,000 gold coins end up in Juna's hands.
That's it. That's great. Are there any other bonuses to earn?
Well, yeah, but you have to defeat many masters to get the next best thing. It's only 500 gold coins.
It's not cost effective. It only costs 500 gold... What?
What?
If it only costs 500 gold coins to beat him half to death, it's better to gamble on his luck by challenging the winner. Ark shrugged helplessly.
I wonder whether that's some turn of phrase.
Very possibly.
It's up to you. As for the sword, I'll keep it for this little brother for the time being, not sell it to anyone. When you have enough money, come and buy it from me.
The 4 people who walked out of the weapons store came to... What? Who were in the store walked out. Outside the fighting arena, there was a buzz of people around the stadium. The sounds of fighting inside the stadium could still be vaguely heard.
Doing a swap over.
Sure.
Landis noticed a large piece of conspicuous paper on the bulletin board at the entrance of the arena, so he took a closer look.
It says, if you're interested in participating in a martial arts competition to challenge the winner, please tear off this challenge. It's signed by Yuna. It seems that what the boss said is true. I wonder what their kung fu is like. I really want to compete with them.
Was Yuna what we called her?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I thought we said Juna.
No, you might be right. We'll go Juna.
Okay. The strong-willed Ark was eager to give it a try, but the peace-loving Julian disagreed. We are on a trip. We just need to visit the competition. It's better not to get in trouble. Felina also agreed.
Yes, let's go.
Just a few steps after they turned around and left, there was a sudden sound. The strong wind blew so hard that one couldn't open one's eyes, and a piece of paper flew to Landis' feet with a whoosh and stuck to Landis' boots. Landis picked up the paper and saw that it was the challenge that was still on the bulletin board.
How is this such a coincidence?
Hurry up and stick it back on while no one is paying attention. Julian, who was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, made the suggestion in a low voice. Just when the four of them wanted to secretly return the property to its original owner, a sharp-eyed villager first noticed something wrong on the bulletin board, then turned around and saw the challenge sign on Landis' hand. He was surprised at first, then shouted loudly as if he had discovered a new world.
Oh my!
Oh, okay.
It's been a long time since anyone dared to tear up the challenge certificate. Now there's something good to watch.
When the people passing by heard this earth-shattering news, they stopped one after another and looked at Landis with admiration and disbelief. Looking at these young people, I hope they would lose their lives in vain.
What do you mean by that? If people don't have the ability, would they dare tear up this challenge? What? These are some bad people. These are martial arts experts. They're bold, understand?
It's really rare finding someone to tell Juna they'll prepare to accept her challenge.
There were different opinions, and the high-spirited crowd of spectators made it unable for them to get off the ground.
It's tragic, Landis.
It's... Okay.
Or do you think it's him? I have no idea who's saying these.
It's useless to say anything now.
Sure. The four of them entered the arena surrounded by the crowd, and the samurai who were competing also stopped. After the competition, everyone wanted to see these courageous challengers. After a while, a loud burst of female laughter spread into the arena. I think I was Juna, right?
You sure were.
Great. I thought no one would dare to challenge me. What's the point of winning the championship without fighting?
A tall, majestic woman entered with confident steps into the arena. On her tan, shiny skin, there are horrifying scars and sword marks, showing this person's numerous achievements and combat experience. The tight and strong muscles all over her body, coupled with the heavy armor and the huge sharp iron knife on her back, exuded a lot of murderous aura. Just looking at it made the four Landis people feel half cold.
The four Landis people.
The four Landis people. That's a great way to describe a party.
Wow, it's so scary.
The petite Felina was so frightened that she turned pale when she saw Juna, who was as strong as a man, even though she was a woman. This is Ark.
Wow, this woman is so tall. Several times stronger than a man.
Looking at Juna, who was half a head taller than him, Ark seemed to hear the retreat in his heart. Although Landis couldn't help but break out a cold sweat on his palms, his instinctive fighting consciousness was boiling in his body. He caught a glimpse of Julian, who was beside him, and turned blue with fear.
Julian, are you okay?
I'm okay, if God bless me. Although Julian tried hard to calm down, his teeth chattered, he couldn't help but tremble.
You're the one who tore up my certificate challenge, right?
Juna glanced at the four young men in front of her who seemed to be weak.
Come on, boys, come and challenge me and my men. You have to come up with some tricks. Don't be merciful with your box pressing skills, you know?
3 mercenaries who seemed to have experienced many battles came out from behind Juna. Landis suddenly had an idea, and he whispered to Julian, Felina, and Ark.
Look, 4 versus 4. If they fight head-on, the chance of winning is definitely not good. Maybe Julian.
And what shall we do? Landis, each of them is so big. If they're hit, they will only have half a life left.
That's why we have to outsmart them.
Ark, maybe?
How do we outsmart them? What? Just wait a minute. I'll be responsible for that monster woman, and you're responsible for the rest.
Oh my goodness. I can't tell who's saying what.
Okay, just get Julian for this, I think.
Okay. What? Isn't this too risky? We may not be able to win together, let alone one-on-one.
Listen to me. You have to provoke your opponents to attack first, and then kill them. Use your lightest and fastest dodge skills, and never fight back. You want to consume their physical strength. That's right. Wait until you feel that your respective opponents are getting restless and out of breath. You'll use your own methods to defeat the enemy. Don't you understand?
But Landis, that woman...
Don't worry. I already have a good way to deal with her.
Juna saw the four of them whispering to each other for a while and felt a little impatient.
Hey, let's fight. What else do you have to discuss?
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Landis winked, and the four of them lined up in a tacit understanding.
I think that's Landis.
It could be Landis or Juna. I think it might be Juna.
Okay.
Hey, you want to go one-on-one? That's so refreshing. I like it. Brothers, let's do it.
Thus, a fierce tragedy began in front of everyone's attention. Oh no, it should be said that it is a farce. Because of Landis' genius tactics, the four of them had a lot of fun in a chaotic situation where you were chasing them, each other, escaping, and dodging. On the contrary, Junasai was exhausted and sweaty due to the heavy armor and weapons. The timid Julian ran while lifting his robe that was in the way, but he accidentally fell down. The enemy caught up with him, panting and teasing him triumphantly.
How about it? You run again? I don't think I wouldn't catch you. Die!
The enemy raised a sharp knife towards Julian's head. After being slashed down, Julian closed his eyes tightly and grasped the staff tightly. God, please help me. Tastot idebella mosoilama. A faint yellow light surrounded the enemy in front of him, and the hand holding the sword suddenly stopped. Julian, who had just recovered from the shock, slowly opened his eyes and found that the paralysis technique he had been practicing so hard had succeeded. I guess he'd been practicing that off screen. He immediately got up from the ground and saw another mercenary being struck by Felina's lightning technique and running all over the field. Finally, he ran out of the arena, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Ark, who did not know any magic, relied on his sharp new lance and his self-confessed agility to actually cut the enemy's trousers in pieces during the fight. The angry enemy did not know that he was about to be seen by the crowd. He even wanted to kill Ark fiercely. Ark felt funny and picked up his lance and hit him in the head.
Hey, Uncle, your belongings have been seen by others, and you want to kill me? How about you go home and put on a pair of pants first?
The confused mercenary suddenly lowered his head knowingly and was immediately filled with embarrassment. His face turned red and he felt ashamed. He grabbed the remaining rags and covered it briefly before running away from the arena as fast as he could. But Landis felt something strange while dodging, because he found that although Juna's attack was fierce and powerful, her reaction and attack placement were obviously slow and deviated. Seeing that the other three partners had successfully won, Landis smiled mischievously.
Hey, boy, what are you laughing at?
Me?
I think this game should be over.
Oh, wait. Yeah, no, you're right. That is Landis.
Me? Me? I think this game should be over.
Landis concentrated his power on his right fist and unexpectedly hit Juna in the face. With a loud scream, Juna's nosebleed splattered.
Dang!
Climb?
What?
I'm confused. He took 3 steps back
For me,
in a
it says,
row.
come on, come on.
Oh, this just says like, dang, climb.
Oh.
So, I was like, what? Either way, it's a Landis line.
Oops, I forgot she was a woman. That attack was too harsh.
Landis immediately regretted his attack because he just wanted to knock Juna unconscious. That's all. But then he regretted it even more because instead of fainting, the other party could not open her eyes due to pain and stabbed him wildly with a knife. By accident, Landis was cut with a long bloody mark on his chest by the sharp knife.
Wow, so strong. Still not fainting like this?
Landis wanted to punch her again while she was still dizzy, but there's no chance and he couldn't make a move, so he had to go around behind Juna and slash hard at the back of Juna's neck with his knife. Wow. The crazy and furious...
They say knife, but it's sword, I think, as well.
Yeah, I know. It's still just like... It's like, oh, I just want to knock her out, and now he's like trying to cut her neck.
Yeah.
The crazy and fierce offensive suddenly slowed down, and the brave female warrior, Juna, finally fainted with a bang. The stadium was filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Soon after, Juno woke up. She patted her head and saw the four Landis standing nearby, looking at her in amazement. The four members of Landis' group. Who says this?
Julian is the one that uses titles like
that's
that.
true. Wow, sister, you wake up so quickly. After thinking about it, Juna knew that she had lost. She frowned and then laughed boldly.
Boys, you guys are really amazing. Let me introduce myself. My name's Juna. I can't remember how many years I've been a mercenary. When there's no battles to fight on weekdays, I have to come to the arena to practice and own my skills. Let me tell you, I'm not the kind of opponent who always loses. It's not easy for you to convince me of defeat.
Juna took off a thick rope from her waist. Several heavy skin bags, probably leather bags.
Mm-hmm.
She waved her hand vigorously and threw the leather bags and thick ropes towards Landis.
Boy, go on. This is the bonus you won, 1,000 gold coins.
Landis subconsciously reached out to catch it, but he didn't expect that Juna threw it so easily. The result was like dozens of kilograms of lead. It was so heavy that Landis almost lost his center of gravity and fell backwards.
Wow, my hands hurt. You're so strong.
I'm sorry. I had a few drinks in the morning. I'm still drunk. By the way, since you defeated me, I'll join your team and you'll have to take care of me.
What? That's unreasonable.
Ark was originally afraid of Juna's powerful kung fu, and he was not willing to let this happen. He was not willing to have monster-like women accompany him, I guess. Juna glanced sideways at this little brother who was slightly shorter than her. Oh, that was probably an Ark line then.
Oh, maybe so.
Huh? What do you say? You want my prize money. What do you want me to use to pay for the drinks and food? Don't you want to take responsibility for me, boy? I don't think you have any objections to me joining your team, right?
No, I don't.
No, really?
Ark immediately forced himself to smile willingly.
That's great. I thought there would be some twists and turns. You guys are so happy. Please give me more advice in the future.
The four of them looked at each other and found each other's faces, and found the look on each other's faces even more bitter than bitter gourd.
Interesting.
Yeah. Let's see. I was just catching up on chat. Didn't expect their power gave the whole thing even in text form. Yeah. Muhammad Ali Texas had to is carrying a lot of weight in that sense. The feeling you can't knock someone out, so you have to slash their neck with a sword. Yeah. That's like kind of a weird jump to me where it's like, oh, I didn't mean to give her a nosebleed. I just wanted to knock her out. Let me try to slash her neck with my sword.
Yeah, that'll work
like,
out fine.
Huh? I feel like we've got some mixed messaging here.
This does make more sense, though, than the game, which doesn't address that, because I did think it was weird that we kill all of Juna's friends, and then she's like, let me join you, y'all are great. And I'm like, what? We, killed a bunch of people. I just kind of assumed we didn't, but...
Let's see. What's the dialogue in the game say? Actually, the dialogue is pretty close to what it is in the game, actually. Yeah. If you go to chapter 7,
I will do that momentarily. Before we move on, here's Juna's attack animation. Okay, so you said chapter 7. The arena.
Yeah, and the last section is the dialogue we just read.
Let me see if I can get it to translate. There it goes. What? Yeah, it's having some trouble with it. It doesn't want to translate for me for some reason. Can I switch it and switch it back? There we go. Yeah.
So it's kind of word for word.
Yeah.
The extra the extra narration helps it work a little better, but it is actually the same dialogue.
Interesting.
Yeah, it definitely reads better here, but it's really just the fact that we've got some narration going with it makes it work better than what they're able to show in game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The next chapter, or next part, I mean.
Yes.
Is Underground Prison.
Oh,
is this where we meet your doppelganger?
I can't remember. Let's see.
Yeah, this is a Fataga map.
He's not my doppelganger.
Oh, he so is.
All right. Well,
I can't see Fataga without thinking that he looks like you.
I don't know how to feel about that. We'll let chat decide.
Well, they'll get to see him in a minute.
What?
I think it's your turn to read,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
What? Are the townspeople missing one after another? Landis, who returned to the weapon store to buy the sword, his face became serious when he heard this.
Shh, keep your voice down. Don't say it was me who told you. I only revealed it to you because of your superb martial arts skills and sense of justice.
The boss said to Landis mysteriously while cleaning his swords. Landis said, what? No.
I think this is the boss saying it.
Okay, yeah.
I think the cave in Beishan is very suspicious. You can go investigate while you're on your way. Come on, here you go. Here's your sword.
Oh, boss, thank you. Also, Landis pointed to his old sword, the short sword. If you don't include this sword, how many gold coins?
This it's not worth much. Isn't it awkward to carry two swords?
Yes, Landis, don't be so nostalgic. You can buy weapons again. Art felt a little baffled. I'm sorry, because this is the only thing I have given to me by my dead father. I've been dependent on my father ever since I was a child. You know, like most children. This dagger, to me, has a meaning that others can't understand, so... Looking at Landis' sentimental expression, the boss patted Landis on the shoulder and said,
Good boy. Please continue to keep it by your side. I can understand your feelings. You don't need to worry about the money. Just stick to the original agreement. 300 gold coins will be enough. Just consider me an old man and a friend to you.
Landis, who was full of gratitude, quickly poured the gold coins on the table, went up carefully and counted 300 gold coins to hand them to the boss. Okay. Oh, wait,
I
yeah,
think
that's you.
Okay, that's enough. As for the missing townspeople, you better be extremely careful when you go to investigate.
We will. Thank you, boss. Landis and Ark returned to the hotel. Or inn, I guess. It's weird to just think of, like, a proper hotel.
Yeah.
They told the boss's words to Felina, Julian, and the newly joined Juna.
I think this is probably a Juno line.
I think so.
Because it talks about them not drinking.
Well, frankly speaking, I've heard rumors about this matter, but I never knew the right location. Now I have clues. I think it's time to go check it out.
Juna said, in between drinks. She had a calmness and courage that impressed. It was no wonder that she was able to live a life fighting as a mercenary for many years as a woman. In that case, let's go. The 5 people carefully walked through the forest and arrived not far from the cave. At this time, there was a clear and melodious flute sound, and the 5 people stopped. If there was a sweet and somber flute sound, Landis and his party were led to the rock wall on the other side. A tall and handsome man appeared on the rock wall. He had beautiful and delicate outlines, and his deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through others. His silver white hair gently covers half of his fair face, and there's a sense of mystery in his elegance. If you want to know what he looks like,
Don't you think there's a sense of mystery in your elegance?
Oh, yes. Been described that way many times. There's Fataga, who is my doppelganger, according to Ataya.
If you mirror him, make his hair black, and put some headphones on him, spitting image.
Oh, definitely. Let's see.
I do think you voiced him, so...
I did.
You're about to have a conversation with yourself.
That's fine. When the Landis 5 noticed him, he slowly put down the flute in his hand. Who are you? Why are you playing... Oh, wait. Who are you? Why are you playing the flute to attract our attention? I am the wizard Fataga, and you are here to find the missing townspeople? Yes. Are you here for that too? Well, according to what I've found... Oh. Thank you for subscribing, Ellie. I greatly appreciate it. The Landis 5 is your favorite pop group.
It is.
Yeah, it's that's a better name for it than the Landis people.
The Landis people.
Well, according to my findings, my investigations, I've just now found out that the villagers were locked in a fence inside this grotto. Fataga jumped down from the rock wall lightly and walked towards Landis. But there are a lot of guards in the grotto. It might be difficult for me to rescue the villagers by myself. How do you want us to help you? For some reason, Landis intuitively felt that this strange and beautiful man in front of him was filled with excitement. With a trustworthy aura of wisdom, he did not doubt Fataga at all. I need you in front of the grotto to try your best to lure the gods away from the fence. When the time is right, I'll blow a hole behind the cave and then come in from there, open the fence, release the villagers, and escort them to escape from the hole. As long as the villagers escape from the cave, we will have accomplished our mission.
How do we know you're not the enemy and want to set a trap to lure us into the shell?
Juno looked at Fataga coldly. After being a mercenary for a long time, she naturally became wary. 1 point heavier than these young people. Fataga smiled slightly. If I wanted to harm you, I could have just talked the guards out to surround you. Why did I bring you here just to talk? Besides, if you don't believe me, you could refuse. Juno snorted coldly, and Felina was a little embarrassed to resolve it. She turned to Fataga and asked,
Who's so cruel? Who actually arrested the townspeople and imprisoned them here?
I heard it was the King Thor of Ladia who wanted to build an unknown construction. He ordered his men to arrest and enslave the workers everywhere. That is a long gap.
Yeah, before he finished speaking, Landis suddenly interrupted him.
This is impossible. Why?
Fataga noticed that Landis had unfair anger.
The Thor I know would never do such a thing.
Landis couldn't help but hate him when he thought that his enemy was so despicable and shameless. Oh, that Thor's enemy. Gotcha. Yeah. He wanted to harm Thor without saying anything, but even pretending to use Thor's name to do all kinds of bad things. He gritted his teeth.
Oh, really?
Seeing Fataga's distrust when Landis was eager to defend Thor, Julian stopped him. Landis, there are still many doubts about this matter. Let's investigate step by step, okay? Our top priority should be to rescue these innocent townspeople in advance, right? Seeing Landis slowly return to his senses, Julian breathed a sigh of relief. Fataga, we will split up according to your plan. Please lead the way for us, okay?
Okay, everyone come with me.
The group of people tiptoed to the entrance of the cave, and Fataga whispered a few instructions. After a few words, he disappeared into the path leading to the back of the cave. Of course, the first person to call the formation was Juna, who had a very loud voice. Juna took out the wine bag tied around her waist, raised her head, and took a big sip. When she saw Landis lying in ambush in the grass next to the cave entrance, she gestured to him that she was ready. And then she raised her voice and made a strange noise, sung in tune. Okay, it is her singing. I was just like, wow.
The scenery in March is really beautiful. The red flowers, the green grass.
Beautiful.
Felina, who was squatting with Landis, couldn't help laughing.
Why is the song June sing so weird?
Not only Felina, but also the other three people, including Fataga, who was lying in ambush behind the cave, heard Juna's beautiful song. They all frowned. There was obvious commotion in the grotto, and several wild warriors covered their ears and ran out angrily.
Where did this woman come from? How dare you come here and sing? And she sings so unpleasantly. Shut up! Shut up!
Landis immediately rushed out quickly, grabbing several of the men from behind. The guy who ran out was knocked unconscious, and Julia and Ark dragged the person who fell to the ground into the grass together. Juna continued to sit leisurely on a stone not far away and sang her song. Just like that, several more guards ran out and then left without returning. The captain in charge of the cave noticed something was wrong and ordered them to ignore the singing. Landis realized that the enemy was no longer fooled, so he simply walked out and shouted into the cave.
Is there anyone inside? The scenery outside is so beautiful. Why are you hiding in a cave?
The guards were still indifferent. Landis suddenly changed his mind and made it clear.
I'm here to rescue the hostages, and if you don't let them go, I'll set fire to you.
A group of menacing people finally appeared at the entrance of the cave. The guards, led by the Dark Knight, let out a cold laugh.
You guys are getting impatient, right? You want to rescue the hostages?
Yeah, I feel like I'm so tired from living. It's so annoying. I didn't find any scum here to give a few punches. It's really annoying.
Juna came over, picked up the giant sword at her back, and rushed forward to chop down an enemy. The poor wild warrior died before he could figure out what was going on. The Dark Knight grabbed his spear and rushed towards Juna fiercely.
Seeking death!
Julian, Ark, and Felina also rushed forward at this time. During the melee, a loud noise was heard in the cave.
No, I've been tricked!
The Dark Knight suddenly woke up, but was entangled by Juna and found it difficult to escape for a while. He could only watch the townspeople escape from the cave entrance one by one. In desperation, he suddenly threw his spear at Juna. The distance was too close, and it was a large... and it caught her, giving her a large wound. The pain made her gasp repeatedly. The successful Dark Knight immediately rushed towards the fleeing townspeople. Unexpectedly, a shower of large and small rocks came from the air and fell on him like raindrops. He couldn't even hide and could only scream in pain. Who do we think says this?
It's gotta be Felina.
Felina? Okay.
Let me do it.
The Dark Knight heard a woman's voice, and the gravel hitting him suddenly stopped. Just when the Dark Knight was about to breathe a sigh, a cold feeling crossed his neck, and he realized the surrounding scenery rotated inexplicably, and then he opened his eyes wide and saw that his body had no head. As soon as his vision went dark, he died suddenly.
Okay. Miss,
No. Whoa. Okay, yeah.
Miss, your wrist strength is really amazing.
Fataga said. He smiled softly at Juna and asked,
Is your injury okay? How about asking that little monk to treat your injuries?
Juna, who was used to fighting with rude mercenaries, found it hard to get used to this kind of gentleman. She felt a little warm on her face.
I've been used to this kind of injury for a long time. I can't die.
After all the enemies were wiped out, the six of them sat on the rocks to rest. Also listening to Landis' account of what happened with Thor before, Fataga looked worried.
It turns out that there is such a big conspiracy hidden behind this matter. According to this interference, Thor's return to Latia must be in bad fortune.
And only we know the truth of the matter now. If the enemy is allowed to find out, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the fate of being hunted down.
Julian was worried about the dangers lurking around him.
But we must investigate the matter clearly and clear Thor's wrongdoing.
This is probably...
Ark? Or Fataga? No? I have no idea.
We'll go with Felina.
Okay.
No, it's His Majesty Thor. It has to be Ark.
That's right. His Majesty Thor is kind to us, and we should help him both emotionally and rationally. Landis, I'm willing to support you.
And then this should be Fataga.
Well, now that I know the truth of it, it seems that I can't stay out of it. Let's travel together so we can clear Thor's name.
It is so hard to tell who is talking sometimes. That's probably like some of the most confusing part about this.
It very much is. Sinister Design says that's a legit pretty cool description of the Reaper spell. Are we assuming that's what that was?
I think that makes the most sense. I was kind of going back and forth because the immediate comment afterwards about Juna's wrist strength made me worry, did she like snap his neck and tear his head off? But I'm not really sure what it is.
I don't know.
It's kind of unclear. I don't remember if Felina had an instant death spell.
I don't think anybody did at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if Fataga like froze the lower part of his body and then Juna tore his head off. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that would make the most sense for a spell that would behead someone, but I really the immediate comment afterwards about wrist strength really just made me think that Juna just tore his head off.
Either that or just used her sword and did the flip of the wrist and
yeah,
decapitated him.
Felina doesn't get an instant death spell. Period.
Okay.
I was checking her spell list. She doesn't get one, so it's definitely not an instant death spell. Unless Fataga did something. But I don't think he had anything either.
It says icy stuff and he has ice magic.
Yeah, so it's it could have just been an ice spell that killed him. So it is interesting as a description for an instant death spell, but I don't think that's what it was, just because you don't have access to one at this point in the game in any way.
And they've been very consistent so far.
Yeah, it has been very one-to-one with the game. Although it didn't really describe Fataga breaking in, which was kind of funny. Because he's like, I'm going to break in, and then there's a sound, and they start escaping out the main entrance, and then Fataga's there. But, whatever.
Yeah. In that case, I retract my compliment. The author will be the author that doesn't speak this language will be so upset.
He'll be crushed. That, 25 years in the future.
You
All right,
what is part 3 called?
Part 3 is called Gaia Reappears.
Ooh.
So we get Brando and Gaia, I think.
Remind me who Brando... Oh, Brando is the Kokichi.
Brando's Kokichi.
Yeah.
No Kichi, yeah.
Alright.
And I think it's your turn.
By the way, this webpage looks pretty good. I didn't even think about it. This is on Wayback Machine, and is from... Oh, I can't show you. But it was archived June 1998.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I remember what internet pages looked like back then. This is pretty good. Like, this aged pretty well.
I mean, I'm also just impressed because a lot of stuff through Wayback ends up way broken.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that this is, like, mostly functional and, like, is just missing a few graphics or buttons and stuff is pretty impressive.
It's got 3 archives, and one of them does not work at all anymore.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the other one that does work also is missing, like, some of the headings and things.
Gotcha.
But that's also part of why I wanted to do this, is because I want all this recorded at some point, because the site that we were using that had all the resources for Flame Dragon Knights, the one we started with initially, is still not working.
And it's a shame, because there was some stuff that was only available on that site that the new one we use doesn't have, which is where you remember having animations for, like, FTK 1 and 2 characters.
We had that, there were timelines, there was, like, a ton of other, like, in-lore writing. It was really a lot, so it's a shame that that's down. I really hope they get it put back up, because it went down a couple times while we were recording our playthroughs for that. But it seems to have gone down and not come back for quite a while now, so...
Yeah, probably permanently. It makes me wonder about trying to archive the stuff from the site that we're currently using, just to be sure. Because this has gone down once or twice, too.
Yeah, maybe I should do that.
/ just to have this information better organized, because there are some things about the layout of the site I don't love.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about, like, doing the translation of part 2. Maybe we get back...
Yeah.
I can get back to that. Probably before too long.
Yeah, when both of us get some projects off our plate.
Yeah, and then just plug away at that. But yeah, that's definitely something that we should do. All right, so part 3 was called what?
3? Part 3 was called Gaia Reappears.
Okay. When Felina came out of the inn early in the morning, she had found many children, running happily out of the town, so she curiously asked the proprietress what was going on. Oh, that's because there's a wonderful show outside the town today.
Performance? What show?
The fun-loving Felina, as always, interested in novel things. It's Grandpa Brando, who likes to invent some weird things. He's going to hold his test flight ceremony. You can go and visit, but don't stand too close. His crash rate is very high. Unable to resist Felina's request, the group had no choice but to go and see the test flight ceremony before leaving town. When we arrived outside the city, we saw many people watching the excitement in the square. Standing among the crowd, there was a man with many small bags containing various mechanical tools. He was also arranging the machine on his back in a serious manner, and beads of sweat fell from his almost bald head. It flowed down so much so that it almost slipped off the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, which seemed to make people think that was funny. Felina was more excited than a child and held Landis's hand.
Quick, the show's about to begin.
Can people really fly to the sky with machines? I don't believe it. Ark sneered at this kind of thing. When they came to the crowd, they heard Grandpa Brando raising his hands and clearing his throat as if he was about to make a speech.
Everyone, please open your eyes and see clearly. This will be the first time that humans have successfully flown into the sky. I, Brando, will be the one to set this record.
The old man laughed proudly while making some final adjustments to the machine on his back.
I'm going to take a test flight. Give way in front. Give way.
The aircraft on his back suddenly exploded into 2 fireballs, and Brando... What? Oh, whatever. And the machine flew diagonally into the sky at extremely fast speeds, leaving behind a cloud of black smoke and a group of people with their mouths open, speechless. Especially Ark was shocked. Oh, weird! This thing can really fly! Felina, who was very excited, couldn't close her mouth and smiled from ear to ear.
It looks good. It looks good. Landis, let's catch up.
Okay, let's go. Felina, Landis, Julian, and Ark, because they were all 18 or 19 years old, followed the little black dot in the sky with interest.
Because they're 18 or 19, they followed it.
Only Juna and Fataga walked slowly behind the 4 of them.
I think it's probably Fataga and then Juna.
This inventor is really amazing. He dares to try such things that others wouldn't dare to do.
It's just a test flight. Maybe he'll fall down later.
Juna is not interested in this kind of thing at all. She crossed her hands behind her head and followed the 4 people leisurely with her eyes closed, as if just taking a stroll. Fataga's hearty and melodious laughter came to her ears. Miss Juna, it seems you were right this time.
What?
Juna opened her eyes and saw the small black dot down, falling.
Oh, if he fell from such a height, this little old man would be smashed to pieces. Let's hurry up and take a look.
Juna quickened her pace and saw Fataga smiling at her with gentle eyes.
What are you doing? You're smiling so weirdly for nothing.
No, I've just found that your heart is actually quite kind. Juna felt her face getting inexplicably hot again.
Hey. Don't think that just because you're a few centimeters taller than me, you can always tease me like this. Also, don't call me miss in the future. It's so awkward.
After saying that, she sped up and ran forward. What? Throwing down her clothes? I assume that's like throwing down her, like,
probably like
luggage.
A coat or something.
Yeah.
Also, I find this random because, like, in-game, it was all, like, a Julian-Juna romance.
I was thinking the same thing.
I never got any Fataga-Juna feelings.
Not in the slightest.
Yeah, it's just really random. I'm curious if, like, the Julian-Juna are gonna be a thing later, but I felt like even pretty early on, we had inklings of that.
Oh, yeah. Then there was Fataga, who was looking at her back. Fataga found that this unique woman was really cute when she was shy. At the time, Felina also discovered Brando's fallen figure, and she immediately shouted in panic.
Oh, he fell.
Julian saw the palace building not far ahead.
It seems to have fallen there. We're in the palace next to us.
After the crash... What?
I guess I'll take over here, but this
Sure.
is definitely phrased weirdly. After the
Good
crash,
job.
yeah, I jumped right into like, oh, this is before the crash. Before the crash, the hero Brando, the hero, was enjoying himself when the aircraft malfunctioned and emitted black smoke.
Oh, what a disaster! I have to fall flat now!
Brando closed his eyes and felt his body falling rapidly. He could only pray in his heart that his landing point could be better, and that he wouldn't die too ugly. Like, I know what that means, but I'm not sure how to phrase that.
He wouldn't die too brutally.
It wouldn't be a gruesome death.
Yeah.
Fortunately, due to the heavy weight of the aircraft, his back fell first, hitting the roof where he fell, slowing down his descent, and then he fell into the warehouse. I don't know.
Warehouses.
I don't know about Adult Sky. Among the piles of wooden boxes.
Ahem!
Brando, who was lucky, climbed out of the rising dust, patting the dust off his body, and looked left and right.
Where is this place? Is anyone here?
There was silence. Brando took a few more steps and found a huge robot not far from him.
Huh? This robot is...
Brando, who loves machinery, was groping excitedly as if he had discovered a new world. Finally, he discovered that the abdomen of this powerless robot had a precise hole with a row of small characters engraved next to it.
Gaia, this is probably the name of this robot, but it has no power.
He looked for the small bag on his waist and took out a small battery.
Well, I happen to have a small battery for the aircraft in my pocket. Let's give it a try.
He picked up the battery and stuffed it into the small hole in the robot's abdomen. There was a sound of mechanical startup, and the flash of the robot's eyes gradually lit up. Which of us voiced Gaia?
I don't remember. It doesn't really matter because he doesn't talk.
Oh,
Really?
yeah. They don't in this game. In FTK 2 they talked, and then plus they don't. I
Yeah.
forgot that.
Huh? Did it really move?
Because he didn't know whether the robot was lethal to him, Brando took a step back carefully. The robot took a step forward and moved another step after. In this way, wherever Brando went, the robot followed.
Ugh, why are you following me all this time? This is really bad. Where's this? It would be great if I could get out.
Beep, beep, beep. After saying this, the robot moved to the wall, raised its giant fist, and pointed at the wall, swinging hard. A big hole cracked in the wall.
Hey, are you following my orders? This is the first time I've encountered this kind of robot. It's so new. Come on, let's get out.
Brando walked out towards the entrance of the cave, and the robot followed suit. There was a burst of noise. It turned out that the loud noise just now alerted the palace guards. A knight led many infantrymen and saw a big hole in the treasure house. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood.
That's really angry. I've never been that angry.
I've never experienced that much anger.
Bold thief! Do you know the origin of this robot? It is a treasure given to our country by King Thor of Ladia. You are so bold to think of taking it. Come on, give him to me. I'll catch him.
Oh, it's none of my business. It's been following me.
Stop talking about it.
Several infantrymen surrounded Brando, and one of the soldiers reached out to catch him. He, Brando, panicked for a moment and shouted,
Don't catch me! Help!
With this cry, the robot's eyes flashed a few times. It opened its giant palm, grabbed the soldier's shoulder, and then threw him out hard.
What? This robot actually resists? Arrest him too!
Several soldiers rushed towards the robot at the same time. Just as Brando was beginning to sweat, Landis and his party were watching the fun. Who had been watching the fun arrived on the scene. Landis felt baffled when he saw this chaotic scene.
That he was just watching, apparently.
Yeah.
Grandpa, are you okay?
Oh, come and help!
Help? Which side?
Landis was confused when he saw many soldiers entangled with a big robot. What?
If you bully the minority with more, of course you're helping the robots.
I have no idea.
If you care about the oppressed, of course you're gonna help the robot.
Okay, that works. Sure. The group of people who understood the situation immediately joined the chaotic battle circle. Fortunately, there were not many guards, and the leading cavalry took advantage of the chaos and escaped. The attentive Juna immediately followed the cavalry in the direction of their escape.
Huh, fortunately they didn't chase us again.
Landis said with a relaxed smile. Felina felt very kind to this old man, who acted quite funny.
Grandpa Brando, you've made a big fuss in the palace and took away their robots. I think you're here... I think... They know you're here, and I'm afraid you'll be classified as unpopular and put on a list.
Oh my, how should I say this? Oh, really?
Everyone looked at the huge robot. What should we do with this robot? Do we want to take it with us? Julian felt a little scared.
No way! It has to follow me all the time! Or, no way, it just keeps following me!
Such a sophisticated combat robot. What? Can increase?
Can grow in strength, probably?
Oh, yeah.
Or something?
Yeah, you're right. Can grow in strength.
Fataga seemed to have remembered something.
It should have a name.
Brando thought for a moment.
It should be called Gaia!
The robot heard it, and the light in its eyes flashed a few more times. Beep, beep, beep!
This robot seems to understand what we are saying!
That's right. I once heard that when Thor was searching for the mystery of the Golden City in the Mara continent, he brought a robot with him. It belonged to the girl. According to people who have seen it, the loyal robot with amazing attack power is called Gaia.
Beep!
Then what is the name of that girl?
It seems to be called Gaia. What?
Maybe it's like try Uni, or like tell it the name Uni?
Yeah.
Or something? Or was she called Uni?
Sure.
Beep! Who was all shouting in unison? Lots of people.
Uni.
Uni? Landis, Julian, and Ark shout in unison. Beep, beep, beep. Who is saying this? Brando, maybe.
Oh, have you heard it? Have you only heard of her? Or do you know each other?
No, we don't know each other. We just heard about her after.
After saying this, the three of them smiled tacitly. They like the word tacit, this auto-translate.
Yes.
Juna ran back at this time.
Hey, I've got guards chasing me.
That's it. Then we have to leave quickly.
Landis said to Brando.
Grandpa, I think you should leave with us.
Yeah, that's fine. Then Gaia, let's go.
Beep, beep, beep.
Oh my goodness. Well, I think that's it for now.
Yeah, it's the end of the chapter. It's a good stopping point for the day.
Takes a little bit more out of me just reading constantly.
Yeah, it's a lot of vocalization. This is interesting so far, though. Just like reading a novelization of what we played.
It is. I'm a little disappointed it's not a part 4.
Mm-hmm.
But it is interesting. It's something that I said at the beginning. I've wondered before, like, could you turn an SRPG into a novel? There is a lot of dialogue. There's a lot of characters. A lot of things happen. There's a lot of characterization. Like, what would that look like? So it's interesting that somebody actually did that.
Yeah, it is really interesting. And I do think that it does add to the story.
Oh, yeah. I definitely think it adds to the story. Here's Brando, by the way. I'm kind of showing off the other characters. I didn't realize he had
Brando and Gaia.
earrings.
He does?
Yeah, it seems that way.
Oh, he does.
He's got
That is
earrings,
interesting.
and also it's... I didn't clock that, like, he has blonde... He must have dyed the green bits. Right? Because his hair's growing in blonde.
Yeah, you would imagine so.
Yeah, there's his art, which looks great. Our little no Kichi.
Yeah.
And I'll show his animation here, which is fantastic. And then we can show Gaia, because we get Gaia at the same time.
We sure do.
Who looks...
Gaia, who is like officially female, but we've kind of gone back and forth on just considering the robot genderless.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters.
I don't think it really matters either. I just find it interesting that they like gave the robot an official gender.
Yeah, there's Gaia. Oh, does it say? Yeah, it does say that on this guide even. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's where we got the information.
I thought we got it from the mobile game, but...
I mean,
the
information here in the guide might have come from the mobile game, to be fair.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Got some characters in Shining Force. Yeah, that's true. I've dabbled in trying to make a adaptation of Shining Force. Not a novel, but like a stage play, and I definitely cut a bunch of characters. Because a lot of them are not super relevant. Or like rolled a couple characters into one.
Yeah, you would have to.
While still trying to, staying as true as possible to the story, but you just have to by necessity. You don't need that many characters.
You don't, and it would either be that or you would have a lot of people standing around not doing enough.
Yeah, or you would have what you have in the game, where somebody shows up, joins the force, and is never seen again because you just don't field them.
Yeah. Well, Flame Dragon Knights Plus, at least, is a lot better about that. We have a lot smaller of a roster.
Yeah. Well, it's similar to FTK 1, where everyone who joins is fielded at the exact same time. And I think FTK 1...
That's true.
How many characters were in FTK 1?
1, 2, 3, 4.
1, 2...
15?
FTK 1 we got... Yeah, but you could only have up to 14 at a time. Or no, 15. Yeah. There were 16 characters, but you couldn't... Yeah.
Right, but Ray is only on one route.
But like FTK 1 and FT Plus gave you your whole roster at the same time. FTK 2 had a bunch of characters, and you actually had to choose.
Yup. Oh wait, that's still one. There we go.
Which I think both of them have merit, but I think FTK 1... I mean, even FTK 2 did a lot of like... You'd get a character, and they'd continue to be relevant to the narrative like much later.
Yeah.
So I'm actually like, that is one of the things that I want to give this series a lot of credit for that I hate about a lot of other SRPGs that don't do it, where people join you and they don't just disappear into the void. Like, they will still have dialogue 10 chapters later as part of the story.
I do prefer them disappearing, though, to the thing like, I rag on it a lot, but like Three Houses, where it's like, let's come up with a thing for them to say.
Oh, yeah.
They can say their one thing.
This is definitely better because it felt natural. Where, like, when a character would pop up in FDK2 and say something, we haven't heard from them in a while, it felt like something in character and reasonable for them to be involved with, and not just like, we haven't heard from, Beckwith in a while. We need something for him to say.
There are still some people that fell through the cracks, though. Like we pointed out, Lancelot was one that when he came back, it was like, oh.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, he existed.
You didn't talk.
Well, and there's some others like Tieno, who we rescue, and then like he's got this whole plot line going on that just doesn't happen. Where he's like trying to get revenge or whatever, and it never comes up again.
That's the whole...
Because he's the one who's hunting Gray, and then Gray just disappears from the plot.
That's the whole story, though, of all three. Because, like, we had, what was it, Lena and Wright in the first game that, like, was set up, and it was like, do you want to finish that plot line? No.
Yeah. I do think they made a good effort, better than a lot of other SRPGs do. But I do think, they still missed out on a few.
Yeah, I do think the most egregious is definitely that Gray doesn't show up in...
Gray just, like, being a major plot point and then never being really tied up is really weird in FDK2.
Yes.
It's legitimately confusing because I can't figure out what happened there.
Yeah.
It feels like we're missing a chapter, basically. Like, it feels like that should have been an arc that needed a chapter to resolve it, and we just don't have that chapter.
Yeah, it does also make me wonder what happened. Because, chapter 10 might be the last... Chapter 10 or 11 is the last time it's mentioned.
Yeah, chapter 10 is the one where we thought it was, like, going to finally get resolved, and we just fight, like, the Earth Demon.
Yeah, this little guy. Yeah, but it was like, Gray is elsewhere, and da-da-da, and then, it never comes up again. Nick says, half the centaurs feel copy-pasted. Make them relevant in their part. Gong helps after the first battle, but doesn't actually need to follow the Force. Venker is more of a plot device to compare his drunk demeanor to Elliot's pride. Like, that's a good way to do it, too. Not everybody has to come with you.
Yeah, I think definitely part of the factor for me is, like, because I was looking at stage play, looking at the number of people you need to cast is a factor where it's like having somebody just pop up for like a little bit doesn't feel worth it to include them.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a really relevant bit part. I think I even like cut some of your initial party out just because they're not really relevant to the narrative.
Cough, cough, Ken.
Like Hans. I'm trying to remember whether I cut Ken. I know Luke was still there. Lowe's still there, obviously. Yeah. And I think Tao. But like, I think I cut Ken because May is way more plot relevant. So like, sense. She's the centaur. It's not something I've worked on a while anyway, so who knows what I do when I get back to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm re-looking at FDK2 as well, and we cut to the Beastmen right after the chapter 10, and it's just over.
Yeah, it's like lighting is working for Gray, blah blah. We get to chapter 10, and the start of chapter 10 has this dialogue where it's, fortunately one of Gray's men delivered a letter to this place. The commander of the Royal Guard's colluding with the enemy. He wants to murder His Majesty. They figure out His Majesty is imprisoned here. Let's find the guy who didn't beat him up. And the Earth Demon God just says, you guys are so naive. And they ask, are you the mastermind behind this? But it's like, we never actually address Gray ever after the opening dialogue of this chapter.
Yeah,
it's just like, are you the guy in charge? And then it's like, maybe I'll tell you after you kill me. And like, then nothing is said about Gray again.
Yeah, I think that we came back. Was it after we finished this, or was it after we finished the game? I know you went through and like Control F'd through all of it to see what the last mention was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this, like the opening of chapter 10, I'm pretty sure was the last mention of Gray in the game. And it's just really confusing because, like you said, it then cuts to the Beastmen immediately.
They need to get their novel.
Right? Like, what happened to Gray? And I'm curious, like, whether we wanted... It's one of those things I go back and forth on doing the translation of it, where it's like, do we leave it entirely untouched as just this dangling plot thread, or do we say anything to try and resolve it?
I'm very much a purist, so I would say just leave it as is.
Yeah, it's just very... It's unfulfilling. And that bothers me a lot.
I think that's part of it. Like, because I always think about, like, when I'm playing a game that has been translated, you know, I hate when they make changes and stuff because I want to know the characters as they are, even if they're flawed. So it's really weird if, like, I was to talk to somebody that was, like, Japanese or something that played, like, Fire Emblem Fates, for example, and they have, like, totally different ideas about these characters and like them or dislike them in very different ways. It'd be weird, too, for Flame Dragon if we got some, like, Americans or English speakers to play it in English, and then it was like, oh, I love the plotline with Gray. It's so cool when you fight him, like, behind the waterfall and the fire, like, stuff, and it's like, yeah, like that. You changed his name, like, that doesn't happen.
I'm kind of looking at how this is written again.
Too bad you never got the occasion to slash him down to study Gray's anatomy. That's bad. Nick, that one is terrible. They're all terrible. But...
You know what? I know what happens to Gray. If you look in chapter 2, in the last, or not chapter 2, chapter 9, the last section of dialogue in chapter 9, I think we just glossed over this when we were playing it.
I'm going to look. The last section of dialogue. Oh, this is terrible.
He just gets off-screened. So he got killed off-screen by somebody.
And Lighting never expresses that.
It's just like, I guess
else.
we go find the real mastermind in chapter 10 because they traced a letter that Lord Grey sends to here. So I guess it is resolved. I just don't like that.
Yeah, it's just very...
We've been building up to this Royal Guard captain for a while, and then it just doesn't happen.
I wonder who killed him then, because that wasn't us.
I think it's just like the demon gods like orchestrated his death somehow.
I guess so.
Because they are like quote unquote the enemy, and the start of chapter 10, Lighting is talking about finding out that Gray was colluding with the enemy. I think part of what happens is that the start of chapter 10, I think a lot of Lighting's dialogue about Gray should be past tense, but the auto translate makes it present tense, which confused us.
I think you're probably right.
Because it's like, the commander of the Royal Guard was colluding with the enemy. He wanted to murder your majesty, establish himself as king. So, Gray's story was all black and white in the end. Gray's story was invisible in the end. He's just like this character who exists entirely off-screen for the entire game, which is a really weird decision.
No budget for them to give him a boss sprite.
I disagree, honestly. With the amount of art they did for this game,
it's quite high.
I would have just, like, at worst, they could have cut one of the other enemies and, like, made him, or make him, like, a slight modification of an enemy sprite, like they did a bunch in FDK 1. I think they did a couple times in FDK 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could have been done. I think that they just wanted it done off screen for some reason. I guess to focus more on the true enemy.
Yeah. I think
guys.
It's weird because, like, honestly, what I think they should have just done is there's a section in chapter 9 where reinforcements sent by Gray show up, and they should have just had him be with those reinforcements, and you fight him then. Like, just make him show up mid-battle. I think that's what, like, if I were to make my modded perfect version of FTK2, that's like one of the few real changes I'd make is Gray shows up in Chapter 9.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to resolve it yourself.
Flame Dragon Knights 2 Teodrin Definitive Edition coming
Never.
in
Never.
2048.
Never. Anyway, I should probably be heading off soon.
Yes, I should as well. Thank you all for turning out for this, and thank you for reading it with me. This has been fun.
Yeah.
For a little bit of reference, we made it through 4 chapters, and there's 5 more to go, I believe.
Yes.
Let me double check that against the final archive of it. Oh, is that the archive that doesn't work? Let's see. There we go. Here's the other archive. There might be one more chapter.
Oh, so it was getting, like, updated over time.
Yeah, there's 5 more left. Or 6, because we did 4.
Yeah, we did 4.
So there's 6 left.
Okay. I hope all those links work.
They do.
Yeah, the last one looks like it does. Okay.
It's purple because I've double checked.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I don't know when we'll continue this. We'll find a time though.
Yep.
And I'll let you
Sounds
all know.
good.
Stay tuned on the Discord. Thank you for watching. And I will see you all in the next one.
Later.
Where is my outro screen? I always do this. I'm like, gotta scroll for it. Oh, real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I did want it to be like a radio drama. Like, I really do like that kind of thing. And I like audiobooks, so. 2 more streams. Probably 2 more streams. Either that or one really long one. We'll see. But thank y'all, and see you next time.